vote adjournment.
Oh, that's fine. Okay.
He was
Then I'll wait for the fall. Next meeting.
Recording in progress.
Mayor and council, we are live.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the Monday, June 22nd, 2026 meeting of the Pasadena City Council. The council, well, let's start with the calling of roll.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Cole?
Present.
Councilmember Cole is present. Councilmember Hampton?
Blessed and honored to be here.
Councilmember Jones?
Here.
Councilmember Lyon?
Here.
Councilmember Madison?
Here.
Councilmember Masuda?
Here.
Vice Mayor Rivas?
here.
Mayor Gordo?
Here.
There's a quorum of the council present.
Ms. Rivas, will you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Sorry we ran a little bit behind. The council did meet in closed session. However, there is no reportable action. Madam City Attorney, do you want to explain which items we heard?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. The City Council met in closed session on items A, B, C, and G. And as the mayor mentioned, there is no reportable action.
Thank you. Next, we'll turn to public comment for matters not on the agenda. We do have a pretty packed agenda tonight, so I'm going to ask that people limit their comments to a minute and a half. If you would like more time, then let us know and we can defer your comments to the end of the meeting, at which point we would be glad to provide you more time. But we do need to get to the council's business this evening.
And Mayor, this is Michelle Bonarise. I missed item E. Item E was also discussed.
Thank you.
Sorry, thank you.
Okay, with that correction, public comment?
Kelly Brinkman, followed by Liz Wolf.
If you hear-
Sorry, go ahead.
If you hear your name, please step to the center aisle and form a line.
Followed by P.A. Brown, Tanika Tinen, Darcel Mason, Libby Carell, and then Tim Iveson. I don't know, ring a bell when you have 30 seconds left. Go ahead.
Ma'am, welcome.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. My name is Kelly Brinkman, and I'm a Pasadena resident, and I've lived in a Caltrans house for 20 years. This evening, I'm asking the City of Pasadena to formally advocate for the removal of Caltrans and Veterans Realty Group from the sale of Caltrans-owned homes in the 710 corridor, and to support a moratorium on all the sales until pending litigation is resolved and the intent of AB 2329 can be fully implemented. For decades, Caltrans has failed the residents of these neighborhoods. After more than 60 years of ownership, many properties have suffered from neglect, deferred maintenance, vacancy, and deterioration. The agency's actions have contributed to blight and instability in the communities that should have been protected and invested in. Today's tenants continue to face harassment, uncertainty, and a lack of transparency throughout the sales process. Health and safety concerns are routinely ignored, critical questions remain unanswered, and residents are being pressured to make life-changing decisions without clear information or meaningful protections. The reality is that people who have preserved these homes are not Caltrans or its contractors, it's the tenants. For years, and in many cases, decades, residents have maintained these properties, cared for their neighborhoods, and kept the communities alive while Caltrans allowed homes around them to sit vacant and deteriorate. Given the pending litigation and the unresolved concerns surrounding the sales process.
Ma'am, your time has expired.
And the pending passage of AB 2320 now is
we wanna
not
be
the
fair to
time
everyone.
to
Thank
push
you, ma'am.
forward with the sales under the current
Next
structure.
speaker.
It's
Ma'am,
time to.
Thank you.
Liz Wolf, followed by P.A. Brown, then Tanika Tinen.
Good evening. I'm also a tenant of a Caltrans-owned home in Pasadena, and recently I suffered a serious fall on a protruding piece of concrete in front of one of these properties. The fall left me with a black eye a serious head injury, gashes to my knee, a bruised arm, and dizziness, persistent headaches, and an injured shoulder that I'm still unable to fully raise. The most troubling part about this hazard is that it was not unknown. Dangerous conditions like this have been reported to Caltrans repeatedly, not only at my residence, but throughout the state-owned homes in our community, yet little has been done to address them. My injury is just one of many examples of a larger problem. Many tenants are living with years of deferred maintenance, including mold, asbestos, lead hazards, water damage, structural deterioration, and lack of basic services such as heat. These conditions often affect seniors, families, and medically vulnerable residents. I am asking that the City of Pasadena explore a process that allows tenants in state-owned properties to bring their health and safety concerns directly to city inspectors for independent review and follow-up. Residents should not be left without recourse when hazardous conditions persist years without correction. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. PA Brown?
Mr. Mayor, with your permission, I'd like to yield my time till the end of the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Tanika Tinen?
Yes, sir.
Hi, come on forward.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My mother, Charlene Powell, has been a Caltrans resident for 32 years. Sorry. She's not here tonight to speak for herself. She passed away in September 25 from kidney disease after spending years fighting to preserve the home and future she and my father worked so hard to build. She believed in the promise of the Roberti Act. She believed that if she remained compliant and followed the rules, she would one day have the opportunity to purchase the home she lived in and pass it on to her only grandson. Instead, she died without seeing that promise fulfilled. My name is Tanika Tinen, and my family's lived there at 242 Bellefontaine Street for decades. For more than 25 years, we repeatedly complained to Caltrans about deteriorating conditions at our home, including rust and contamination in aging pipes and the quality of the water coming into the house. This was the water my mother cooked with, bathed in, and yet our concerns were ignored. After year, she was diagnosed with kidney disease in 22. Is there any way to ask for more time, or is that it?
You have 15 seconds left.
Okay. The problems extended far beyond the water. Our family endured roofy leaks, water intrusion, mold, foundation issues, and Caltrans repeatedly failed to address these conditions. These aren't isolated incidents. They reflect decades of neglect throughout the 710 corridor. Families like mine maintain these homes and communities while Caltrans
Ma'am,
force
your
good
time
families
is
out.
expired.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
If you have written comments, feel free to submit them to the Sergeant-at-Arms, who will distribute to the full council.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm
And
sorry.
we're sorry for the loss of your mother.
Thank you.
Darcel Mason is online, followed by Libby Carell, then Tim Iveson.
Welcome.
Did you find? Oh, you need to unmute your display. She's not? Okay, we'll move on.
Can you hear me okay?
Oh, there we go. Thank you.
I was actually on phone, requested
Okay.
to be on phone.
All
Okay,
right.
can you hear me all right?
Yes, we can. Go ahead. I'll ring a bell when you
Okay,
have 30
good
seconds
evening,
left.
good
Go
evening.
ahead.
My name is Darcel Mason. Thank you for the opportunity to talk. I want to bring the council's attention to an issue that we're having with some racing and loitering at the mobile gas station located at 1813 East Colorado Boulevard. Nightly around 9 p.m. to 2 a.m., the residents are experiencing in upwards of 40 to 50 cars parked at the station that block the lanes and prevent anyone from being able to get gas. But that's the least of the problems. The bigger issue is the racing that's happening on Colorado Boulevard between Hill and maybe Parkwood, and on Allen between Del Mar and Corson. And as mentioned, these cars are incredibly loud. They've been modified to increase the sound when the engines are revving, We have called the non-emergency police a number of times and have even requested to speak with the business owner, but the clerk is resistant to give out any information or take down any information. So we're looking to the council to provide some kind of assistance in getting this racing and noise to stop. It's been going on a couple of months now, and like I said, it starts about 9 p.m. and ends at about 2 a.m.
Thank you.
Thank you, and our staff is taking that information and we'll reach out to you, ma'am.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you. Libby Carell, followed by Tim Iveson.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Hi, I'm writing to demand that the representatives for the city of Pasadena and elected officials take immediate action to hold the state of California, Gavin Newsom, Caltrans and its contractor Veterans Realty Group accountable for the injustices they continue to inflict through their mishandling of 710 home sales process. We are asking that you please press the state to take immediate action in one, pausing all the home sales for any tenants who request a pause and take action to protect those tenants before any further harm is done, regarding the properties in question. Two, remove Caltrans and VGR from the sales process entirely and replace them with an independent party with no self-interest in the outcome, following a precedent set in 1979 when home sales were handled through the Department of Housing Community Development and was completed for those tenants within 2 years. These actions are necessary because market sales and contracts are making it very clear that Caltrans is trying to offload to the tenants and anyone else, including the cities who purchase these homes, all the risk and responsibility it has evaded for decades. Compounding the weight of unchecked abuse of power tenants have already endured for decades. The market sale prices do not reflect the law, nor do they reflect the fair market value of the properties in their current conditions. Tenants have been unjustly and legally denied eligibility to purchase their home under the affordable sales process and are being railroaded into market sales instead. Sales of comparable properties to HREs in cities, some of which were used as comps and market rate appraisals, prove that the homes require significant investments beyond any reasonable
Ms.
expectation.
Curiel, your time has expired.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Tim Iveson.
Mr. Iverson, welcome.
Hello?
Yep, go ahead.
Yes. Thank you. In 2022, former Assemblymember Chris Holden authored a bill, AB 512, which officially recognized, quote, the unjust, racist, and destructive nature of some of the actions taken by the state to construct many portions of the state highway system. The bill called for mechanisms to, quote, repair communities damaged from the construction of freeways and other facilities on the state highway system, and encourage the use of excess highway land for affordable housing. Following this, the Reconnecting Communities 710 Advisory Group and the City of Pasadena have both recognized the harm caused by the construction of the 710 freeway in Pasadena. Today, I would like to observe that the 710 freeway project is not a thing of the past. The reality is that the project continues to harm and damage communities in Pasadena. This harm and destruction takes place along the portion of the freeway that was not constructed on streets such as California Boulevard, St. John Avenue, Bellefontaine Street, South Pasadena, Glen Arm, Avoca, State Street. You've heard from some of these tenants today. Where Caltrans tenants continue to live under the management of Caltrans, which has been widely recognized as one of the worst slumlords in the state of California. Today, as the council approves a total expenditure of around $500,000 for private security to patrol vacant homes in the 710 corridor, I am urgently requesting that the city of Pasadena recognize the financial, material, structural, environmental,
Sir, your
and
time has
psychological
expired.
harms that are currently ongoing.
Thank you, sir. Okay.
That completes public comment on matters not on the agenda except for Mr. Brown, who will speak at the end of the meeting.
Mr. Hampton?
Just as a custom, I appreciate all the public commenters that come and speak on matters that are not on the agenda. The racing has been the second time we've heard this, and I've actually received an email about this. So it sounds like a significant issue, and our Pasadena Police Department should do all they can to go out there and have officers there regularly to prevent this from happening. At the Rose Bowl, this was happening, and they use camera footage to send tickets to, what's that? I'm just pretty sure somebody's like camera footage, to send tickets to those that were involved. I think we should look at, the gas station that is there and get whatever documentation we can get from them to go after these individuals that decide that they want to race on our streets. It's unsafe, and it is extremely detrimental to the residents that live in those areas that are trying to go to sleep to work. Then for the Caltrans homes, I appreciate all those residents and the time and the years that they have spent here in our community. And as a city, I know that we've talked about this, and I know that Councilmember Madison has been all over this, him and his field rep. But we have to have a strong statement, and I think that our council should have a strong statement to our governor, to officials at Caltrans that is public, to say that they need to do right by our residents in the city of Pasadena and give them the opportunity to purchase those homes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Hampton. On the street racing, certainly we should look at the citations, but my understanding is that street racing in and of itself is a crime. For me, I would say, if I'm correct about that, that our police department should pursue the crime, because it's a very, very dangerous activity in anywhere, but certainly on city streets. I do think that the Pasadena Police Department, the city and the police department should take a no tolerance position and look at all of the tools, including the possibility, if appropriate, of using penal code charges to try and prevent that that street racing from occurring. Mr. Cole, followed by Mr. Lyon.
Well, Mayor and Councilmember Hampton, you said what I was going to say, so I appreciate it. This particular incident, and this has happened in other parts of the city, and it will move around because there are people determined to do this. But I have been asking for action on this and hope that we can get some action on this. And I also agree with you, and you properly gave credit to Councilmember Madison. We really do need to make very clear to Caltrans, along with South Pasadena and the city of Los Angeles, that they need to take a better approach to treating the tenants. And I know that Councilor Madison has publicly spoken out on it. I know our staff and the mayor have worked on this issue, but this continues to fester. We had the director of transportation, or the secretary of transportation, and the head of Caltrans here recently. I made the same comments to them personally, but we really need to make clear that what they have done and what they are continuing to do is unacceptable.
Thank you. Mr. Lyon?
Very briefly, Mayor. The PPD is aware of the street racing and has been in regular contact with my office, and I believe with Councilmember Jones's office as well, about this issue. So they are aware and are working on it.
Thank you. Okay, that brings us to the consent calendar. We have cards submitted on 1 and 17, so we'll hold both of those. Is there any other report out, Mr. Clerk?
No, there is, there are letters to report out. For item 5, there was one letter in opposition to the staff recommendation advocating for staff to conduct additional environmental and fiscal analysis and providing comments on the item. And then for item 17, I'll report out that there were 9 letters at that point.
Is there public comment on that? And there is public comment, so we'll hold items 1 and 17, and I'll entertain a sweet motion on the balance of the consent calendar. So moved. Second. Mr. Lyon moves, Mr. Hampton seconds. Are there any objections? All consent calendar items are approved with the exception of 1 and 17. Turning to item 1, public comment.
Yes. Nicole Vasquez, followed by Brandon Fuller, followed by Brandon Hammerly, followed by Anna Soul River, Joe Joe Feinblatt, and then Treasurer Shepherd. So if you heard your name and you would like to come forward, that would be great. Nicole, Ms. Vasquez?
Hi, good evening.
Hi.
My name's Nicole Vasquez. I'm the program coordinator with My Tribe Rise. I'm here on behalf of Heavenly Hughes. I think maybe you know who that might be. I'm here to thank the council and the mayor for this amazing initiative that we're able to move forward through the Creek Coalition, and to read something from Heavenly, where she says that this is a chance to revive a long neglected public area through partnerships with local urban organizations and the city of Pasadena. Creek will be a space to connect, empower, heal, educate, and strengthen our community. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Brandon Fuller, followed by Brandon Hammerly. Mr. Fuller?
Hello, Mr. Mayor and honorable council members. My name is Brandon Fuller. I'm the program manager at Outward Bound Adventures, speaking for Executive Director Charles Thomas of Outward Bound Adventures. Mr. Mayor, honorable council members, please accept my sincere apologies for not being with you in person this evening. COVID has insisted I sit this one out, but my heart is very much in this room with you. Tonight, you are considering a decision that is more than administrative. It is more than procedural. It is, in truth, historic. For over 25 years, the 30-acre former Forest Service compound in Cajamonga has sat in disrepair. A quiet reminder of what happens when potential is left waiting for purpose. But purpose has arrived. By allowing the city to enter into negotiations with Outward Bound Adventures, you are opening the door to transform this long neglected space into the climate resilient environmental education center known as CREEK, a place where environmental science meets environmental justice, where learning meets healing, and where community meets opportunity. This decision will touch thousands of lives, and it comes at a moment when our region, especially our neighbors in Pasadena, is still recovering from the devastation of 2025 Eaton fire. Many of the young people and families who will walk through Creek doors will be coming from communities that lost homes, landscapes, and in some cases lost hope. With your voting on tonight, it's not simply a project, but a pathway of restoration. We are not doing this alone. Partners like the Trust for Public Land, the Los Angeles Zoo, Pasadena City College, and many others steady ready because they see what you see, that this land can once again be a place of learning, belonging, and shared purpose. On the behalf of thousands of young people, families, and community members whose lives will be changed by Creek, we offer you our deepest and most heartfelt thanks.
Thank you.
Respectfully, Charles Thomas, Executive Director of Outward Bound Adventures.
Thank you, sir.
Brandon Hammerly, followed by Anna Soul River, then Joe Feinblatt, then Treasurer Shepherd.
Hi, I'm so tall. Hi, everybody. Like Councilmember Hampton, I'm also blessed and honored to be here. So thank you all for having us. I really want to come here. I'm the project manager for this project for Creek. It's the greatest project I've ever been a part of in my life. I'm very, very proud to be doing this in partnership with you all. I want to first thank Coco Panosian and his team for all the work that you've put in to putting together a beautiful RFP and a public process so that people could all, put in their best to make this happen. Enrique Arroyo, I want to also thank you for your thoughtful questions. I really look forward to working with the city on this. This can be a beautiful partnership between a 65-year nonprofit here in Pasadena and the city to make the potential just explode down here at Cajamonga. So I just want to thank you all for that opportunity. And I want to thank everybody who's been a part of this, from people, that are advocating for us, like Lauren Siegel, who's here every day, to our partners like Arlington Gardens, the Pasadena Audubon Society, and My Tribe Rise. They've just been phenomenal in making all this happen. So it is a huge effort for a huge project, and I'm just excited. I'm so excited to get this going and start transforming lives down here in the Arroyo Seco. So thank you all for making this happen, for putting out the opportunity, and for allowing us to shine through our proposal. If you haven't got to it yet, I know you're busy people, but it's a beautiful proposal. I hope you get a chance to take a look at it sometime. Do you all like those brochures that you got? It's beautiful, right? Okay, hang on to those, show them to your friends, and we'll have all of you down there soon. I'm really proud of what we were able to put together in those, and I hope that they can speak to the project and the beauty of it. Okay, thank you all.
Particularly nice picture of you, sir. Particularly nice picture of you.
Anna Soul River, followed by Joe Feinblatt, followed by Treasure Shepherd. Anna?
Welcome.
Yes. Good afternoon. There is a Japanese philosophy called kintsugi, repairing broken things with gold. So the history of what something has endured becomes the most beautiful part of it. That is how I think about our built environment, our natural one, and that is what Creek makes possible at Cajamarca. We have an adaptive reuse ordinance, we have a climate action plan, we have had fires, and the Arroyo Seco watershed is not a backdrop. It is infrastructure. The Tomba have stewarded for thousands of years. Welcome them to teach here is not a gesture, it is a correction. You would not tell a child to demolish their Legos. You would tell them to take the pieces apart with intention so that they can become something new. That is deconstruction. That is reuse. That is what a circular economy looks like when it is actually lived. Craig is proof of concept for every policy this city has put on paper. Kids learn from what we do, not what we say. So do cities. Let what you fund, what you permit, and what you protect be the evidence that Pasadena means it. And, you know, I always talk about adaptive reuse, but it's just the idea of truly having a circular economy. As a country, we owe over 30 trillion. There's no need to create new things, but to revitalize, to reuse, to be intentional, and to show our children with our actions how we actually respect the environment. And again, it's not allowing the Tongba, it's a correction. They should have never been taken out, and we should set people up for success. And that means being intentional on the opportunities we give. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Anna, I appreciate your comments, especially about the Legos, but I try to ask my daughter to put them together, you know, nice and neat. And she's like, we're going to blow it up and rebuild it again. So it'd be nice if children would do it that way. But yeah.
Thank you.
Joe Feinblatt, followed by Treasure Shepherd.
Mr. Feinblatt, welcome.
I come to speak of the past in a way, and the long history of Outward Bound Adventures in Pasadena. My wife Pepe and I were associated with the formation of a group in the Sierra Club called Inner City Outings over 40 years ago. And at that time, we spent a lot of time working with Outward Bound Adventures and their founder, Helen Mary Williams, to provide outings and other educational opportunities for young people at that time, including Charles Thomas, who was a teenager and who's now the director of this proposal. We very much support this use and the expansion of the opportunities it will bring to Pasadena and Pasadena's young people, and hope that you will give it all the support that it needs to get off the ground and to find a productive future for this long-term organization. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Shepherd.
Shepherd, welcome.
Hi, everybody. I am coming to you as a long-term resident of Pasadena. You've seen my face many a times, but also as a Recreation and Parks Commissioner since 2018, and I also sit on the Cajamarca Watershed Park Advisory Committee. And for those 8 years that I've sat on that committee, this is the project that we've wanted to take flight. And so to see Outward Bound do this work, to see the city step into this role and take it seriously, and to see intersectoral collaboration actually flourishing in Pasadena is a really good sign. And so I'd like to see that move forward with a vote today. And then my 8 years will be for good use, not waste. So please put a smile on my face, as well as the rest of this community's, by voting for that project. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. That completes public comment on item 1.
If I may take a moment of privilege, you know, this item 1, this really is, everyone involved should be very proud. I'm particularly proud. I remember taking some of my colleagues, Mr. Hampton, Mr. Jones, and maybe a few others up there to dream and dream big, and we did. And I, you know, Charles, it's ironic that Charles can't be here because of the COVID, because we took him up there during COVID and asked him to dream big with us. And I also want to call out Cynthia Kurtz, who was our then city manager, who saw quickly the vision for education, for job training, for opportunities to learn about nature, all of those things, and was at the helm when we undertook this process. And Coco and all of city staff, thank you for bringing it to this moment. It really has been a team effort, and I'd like to personally thank everyone for their efforts. And congratulate everyone. Mr. Hampton, followed by Mr. Cole, then Mr. Jones.
I'll be very brief, Mayor, and I appreciate your comments as well, and I appreciate all of the organizations that worked extremely closely with one another collectively to come up with a RFP, or with a proposal that is going to be best suited for those buildings, but not just best suited for those buildings, but for our entire community. We're talking about being good stewards of our environment, and right now our environment is always being attacked, and I think that starting at a young age and letting our young people know what it means to be a good steward of the environment will build a better community for all. And I appreciate what OBA is doing. I appreciate the mayor bringing this to finance. I mean, this has been some time in the making, by the way. This didn't happen overnight. But the work that has gone into it has been a labor of love, and I would like to make a motion to move approval. This happens to be within my district, so I am very supportive and very excited about the opportunities of Creek.
Absolutely. Moved and seconded, Mr. Jones.
Mr. Cole.
Mr. Cole, then Mr. Jones.
in the queue. Appreciate the comments of my colleagues, and I fully support them in this effort. It has taken a long time, and one of the things that's remarkable about this effort is that it's coming from the community, and they are taking on the responsibility of raising the money to do this. They haven't come to the city to ask for money. They have simply come to the city to ask permission to move forward. And I want to particularly thank Mr. Panosian and all those others whose names I may not know. The council was impatient to move this forward and set a deadline, and you met that deadline, which was to get an RFP out by the end of last year. And so now that is moving forward. I read the staff report, and I agree with the staff report. All of the things, all of the parameters that are listed are appropriate parameters. I do think, though, in light of what's been said, and in light of the effort that's been made, and in light of the fact of who is making it, that we treat this not as someone who's coming hat in hand to ask us for something, but treat this as partners, genuine partners, and a sense of urgency that it has been so long in the making that we should not prolong the negotiations indefinitely, and that we take this milestone as a clear establishment of that partnership. And that this is not a hands-off, arm's-length relationship where we're asking them to meet high hurdles. We need to meet those hurdles, but we need to meet them together. That doesn't mean we have endless money that we're going to put into this project. They have accepted the responsibility to do that. But in terms of all of the support we can give them, all of the collaboration we can give them, I would hate to see this continue to drag out. So I want to congratulate the staff for meeting this deadline. Let's keep that sense of urgency and build that sense of partnership.
Thank you, Mr. Cole. Mr. Jones.
Thanks, Mayor. And I think this is a big moment for our city. This has great potential. It's always had great potential. And I think us passing this today is very monumental for us. And I'd like to thank Coco. I think you've moved expeditiously on this, and I appreciate your leadership. And of course, to the mayor and to Councilmember Hampton, I think you guys have really led the charge on. I know you took us up there, but You guys have really led the charge. And then Brenda Harvey Williams as well, who's retired, she was really focused in on this effort as well. And so I think I appreciate Brenda's leadership on this as well. So I support the motion, and I look forward to seeing the success from Charles and his team. Thank you.
Thank you. It really did seem daunting when we visited those buildings and thought, there's nothing, some people said there's nothing here, and we stuck to it. All of you stuck to it, and so thank you and congratulations. And again, thank you to staff. I think this deserves a roll call vote.
There's a motion and a second to approve the staff recommendation. Councilmember Cole? Yes. Councilmember Hampton?
Yes.
Councilmember Jones?
Yes.
Councilmember Lyon?
Yes.
Councilmember Madison?
Yes.
Councilmember Masuda?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Rivas?
Yes.
Mayor Gordo?
Yes.
The motion is unanimously approved.
Thank you. Okay, next item.
Item
17 is going to be held. Ms. Rivas?
Actually not held, but I'll make a motion to continue the item. We will hear public comment, though.
I will second that motion.
Thank you. And just by a brief way of overview for everyone's understanding, so this is a call up to BOZA, not to the council. There's longstanding concerns of the residents, mostly about parking, but also other issues, and they're concerned that the conditions applied or imposed by the hearing officer don't fully address their concerns. So this would be potentially one more chance to figure that out. However, I'm going to ask that we continue this motion to July 13th because planning staff is going to be meeting with the residents this week to really get into the details of the conditions and how they will be enforced. And depending on how that discussion goes, we may or may not need to have the call up on the 13th. So with that,
Thank you. And it is an important distinction, holding versus continuing, because it's a due process matter. So with that.
Mayor, can I just inquire, is this one where you need the applicant to consent to that, or are we fine?
No.
Okay, thank you.
No.
And we have
I did know, yes.
We have two speakers.
Do you have a second, Mark, for the motion?
Yes.
Okay.
Mr. Hampton seconded the motion.
Okay. So, public comment?
Thank you. Rose Malberg, followed by Griselda.
Ms. Malberg, welcome.
I'll ring a bell when you have 30 seconds left.
Mayor Gordo and council members, I was here on March 30th regarding some intimidation and fear factors that we have been experiencing in our neighborhood. I had talked to the police department. They told me that I should come and bring it up to city council. So this last weekend, while I was with my daughter walking our dogs in a pedestrian-friendly area, the owner was smoking in front of the Amigas Beauty Supply or Salon 20 feet from or too close to the door there. I turned on my video and he says to me in the video, "Oh, famous photographer," because I take all the pictures of what's been going on in the neighborhood. I said, "Yes, I am, and I will keep it up." And he says, "You know what that means." On Saturday, June 6th, just 2 days after back surgery, walking with my sister, again, the owner approached me and said, "Oh, you're taking pictures again, Rose?" And I said that I was, and I really didn't like him talking to me at all. This kind of behavior has been going on. He previously has said two alarming things to me. One of them was at one of the community meetings, and he said, "What will it take, Rose, to get you to come to our side?" Now, maybe that doesn't seem like anything big, and it didn't at first until there were, a couple of them, and it keeps going on. But anyways, and another one, essentially, more than anything, he operated an event location without a conditional use permit first being obtained.
Griselda, welcome. Griselda, welcome.
Good afternoon, council members and mayor. I'm a Pasadena resident. I am here in support of Vice Mayor's review of COOP 7100. There are 4 findings that were pointed out when this conditional permit was approved, and they're all blatantly false. And we have, Rose and I are famous photographers and videographers. We have many mountains of evidence where Armin, the owner of Eli's, just, as soon as he's told, don't do this, there's 50 line items that he's supposed to comply with, very next day, very next weekend, he's just thumbing his nose at every single line item that was listed on here. Like Rose said, he shouldn't have been able to operate without a permit since 2020. I don't know how that is allowed in the city of Pasadena. I thought we were held to a different standard. Point number 2, the falsehood was that the banquet hall serves local residents, strengthens and the economic base. It has on-site parking and is not oriented towards residential use. Parking is a major issue. Streets are very narrow. There was a party goer that played chicken with my son. He was afraid for his life. We know it was a party goer. We have footage of that. Point number 3, we will not be detrimental to public health, safety, and general welfare. There's been a DUI collision, and then there was another collision with an injury June 6th. Finding number 4, they will operate in accordance with all applicable laws. As Rose mentioned, Armin is out there blocking the sidewalks with the party goers, smoking right outside public buildings. There's also, he's been operating since 2020. He never had an intention to be a public
Ma'am, your
restaurant.
time has expired.
Thank you.
I invite anybody to go to Eli's, see if they let you in, if you can find parking.
Thank you, ma'am.
And that completes public comment on item 17. We have a motion and a second to continue this item to July 13th.
Are there any objections to the motion? See no objections, the matters continue to March 17th. I'm sorry, July
13th.
July 13th.
Thanks for clarifying.
Yeah. That was a moment. Okay.
We are now on to item 19.
Okay.
This is
Item 19. Ms. Page?
Thank you, Mayor. Tonight's item is a discussion of the restorative justice elements that have been developed by the Restorative Justice Committee of the 710 Advisory Group.
Ms. Page, just because this may take, this matter may take a little bit longer, I think we should announce that item 17, we did, okay. And I also wanted to announce that this Wednesday at 4:30 p.m. in front of the Civic Auditorium, there'll be a watch party for the World Cup. And so I was asked to make that at the beginning of the meeting while people are still attentive. So it's the watch party is free, and we hope you'll come out and enjoy it. Ms. Page, thank you.
Thank you. So we have a presentation that's going to be a joint presentation tonight that's done by Wendy Macias, our Senior Project Manager, along with Tina Williams and Jasmine Schuper. I wanted to thank Tina and Jasmine for coming tonight and making the presentation on behalf of their committee. They're going to walk you through the actual elements when we get to that portion of the presentation. And we want to thank the entire advisory group and the community for participating in this very important discussion that's been going on for over 2 years. It's culminating with our discussion tonight. We're excited to bring it forward to you and all the hard work. Thank you for everything that everybody has done. So with that, I'm going to hand it over to Wendy and let her start the presentation, and then she'll hand it over to Jasmine and Tina.
Great. Thank you, Jennifer. Thank you, Mayor and council members. As mentioned, the presentation tonight is for the consideration of the restorative justice elements for the Reconnecting Pasadena 710 Vision Plan for the relinquished 710 property. Staff recommends that the City Council find that the proposed actions are not a project subject to CEQA. Also that the City Council receive a presentation from representatives of the Restorative Justice Committee of the Reconnecting Pasadena 710 Advisory Group on the proposed restorative justice elements, which include targets for affordable housing, the creation of a community oversight committee, a community benefits planning framework, policies for wealth generation through home and business ownership, business development support, workforce development and other public benefits through restorative justice, And also that the council consider and provide direction to staff on the restorative justice elements and possible next steps. Next slide, please.
Is there no staff recommendation on the substance?
Staff is recommending to move forward the further study of the 10 elements of the committee.
Further study?
Mhm.
Well, we'll come to that when we come to that, but I have to say, I'm deeply disappointed that we would work on this for 2 years with staff involved in it, and we're coming tonight to say we're going to study it some more. But we'll get to that in the substantive discussion.
Yeah, I think we'll outline our plan, which is, I know how much you like our plans for plans, but really, really,
We have a plan for that. Mr.
there's a lot of broad policy implications, some things that would be considered as part of the specific plan, other things that go beyond the specific plan or even the geographic area. So there are items that we thought needed to have individual discussion on each of the elements. We support them, but we need to discuss how we'll bring those back and where those discussions happen and the timeline for that. So that's why we approached it the way that we did.
But we could have recommended that game plan, and that's not in the staff report, that's not in the city.
Thank you, Mr. Cole. Let's get to the matter at hand.
At the April 13th City Council meeting, prior to staff's presentation of the Reconnecting Pasadena 710 Vision Plan, a motion was introduced and seconded to hear the restorative justice component at a later date to allow for thorough review and discussion. After the presentation and a brief discussion, City Council moved to approve staff's recommendations, accept the restorative justice deliverable. The presentation tonight will focus on the restorative justice framework, which is a final deliverable of the 710 Vision Plan. Can we go one slide back, please? Thank you. The restorative justice elements came together over the 2 years of the vision plan process, with the analysis of other restorative justice case study examples from cities across the nation, the review of guiding elements to create a framework, and the historic project work created by 3 consultants hired by the city to research the communities that lived within the 710 stub area. Their work also looked at the impacts of the construction of the 710 freeway and of other government policies on displaced communities. The restorative justice elements to be presented in the coming slides refer to the restorative justice definition specific to Pasadena and 10 guiding elements that reflect the following 4 themes. The 4 themes reflected in the elements are: number 1, past, which call to acknowledge historic harms. Number 2 is process, which aim to foster inclusive engagement to ensure non-repetition of harm. Community priorities and preferences are clearly defined. Number 3, outcomes, which create evaluation frameworks to measure progress towards restoration and repair. And number 4, tools, which serve as promising policy interventions that support more equitable outcomes. Now I'd like to turn it over to Tina Williams and Jasmine Schuper, both members of the Reconnecting Communities 710 Advisory Group, as well as the chairs and vice chairs of the Restorative Justice Standing Committee. They will walk us through the 10 elements for your consideration tonight.
Thank you. Can everyone hear me okay? Thank you very much for this opportunity. I want to thank our advisory group, the 16-member advisory group. I want to also first thank you, Council, for investing in this process and for all the years that we've worked on it, the 2 years and all the hours. Thank you, Councilmember Hampton, for giving us the opportunity to really hone in on this and answer any questions that you may have regarding this. Thank you, Danny Parker, our chair, Remy De La Pesa, and Blair Miller, vice chairs, and our subcommittee members, some are here tonight. Thank everyone who worked on this so diligently. So I'm going to start by just focusing in on the definition of restorative justice. And so I'm going to read it verbatim. You'll have it to read as well. And you'll find in your attachment C, because this is a summary, but your attachment C has the full 10 recommendations in detail. So if what you're seeing here is a summary, you can pull out that attachment for more information if you need to. Restorative justice is a dynamic process which takes action to repair direct and indirect harms caused by the proposed construction of the 710 and the construction of the 210 freeways and their broader impact in Pasadena. It will identify, publicly inform, officially acknowledge, respond to, and remedy these injustices through open and responsive engagement with the disproportionately impacted communities. This will ensure the development of community-driven solutions, including non-repetition of harm, integrated through the vision plan design elements for City Council's consideration. Next slide, please. The vision plan focus mirrors the 710 stub area. The area that the RC 710 advisory group proposes extends beyond the 710 stub area, shown in blue. The reason for that was the studies of UCLA and Allegra, as well as ARG, indicated that this area of the 710 stub, first of all, couldn't exist without the 210 freeway. The 210 freeway impacted disproportionately people of color, removing up to 2,600 to 3,600 people from that area. We took a segment of that to say we want to include those folks in the restorative justice elements. And you'll find it outlined in the full 10 restorative justice elements, the parameters, and you'll hear about that in just a minute. I'll answer questions at the end, Jasmine and I, if you have specific questions regarding that. Okay, next slide. I don't know if I should be able to do that myself or you're doing it for me. Okay. We differentiated between displaced communities and impacted communities. Displaced communities are the people and their descendants who were forced to move due to the partial construction of the 710 and the construction of the 210 freeway. It includes the parameters that I discussed just a moment ago of the 710 and 210 freeway, bounded approximately by Northwest Arroyo Woodbury to the north, Mentone, Montana to the northeast, St. John Avenue to the west, and Pasadena Avenue to Columbia Street. What you'll find in the studies is that in certain segments of the 210 as well as the 710, especially in the 210 area, there was a move by Flint Ridge La Cañada folks got to have an elevation difference than other folks. And so the environmental impact and other impacts was mitigated more so in those communities, because some people might ask why the 210 in this section and maybe not the 210 further. So you need to understand we dove deeply into this process and give you our best recommendations on this. And we can go into that further if you have questions. Impacted communities are people who are negatively impacted but were not displaced by the 710 and 210 parameters as stated above. Next, please. Highway construction is the acknowledgement of harm caused by the construction of SR 710. Policy adoption, number 2, the city should consider revised restorative justice elements for application to the 710 Vision Plan project and the entire city where applicable. A is prioritizing measures that prevent future harm to impacted or vulnerable communities in Pasadena. Next. Historical acknowledgement, a formal public acknowledgement of harm, and an apology from the mayor on behalf of the city of Pasadena. I believe our mayor's open to that, and I know those displaced would be grateful, and the city at large would be for that acknowledgement. A is the creation of a permanent, programmable, and publicly accessible physical space reflective of this SR 710 history. We're interested in seeing an interactive museum, and some folks here may talk about that and sent correspondence into that. I know that many people, Marcus Renner and Brian Barry have talked about that. And recently, folks went on a pilgrimage to the South. If you ever get a chance to go to Montgomery, Alabama and see EJI, it's a must. You will see what can happen when a quality interactive museum is a part of the history. So with that, number 3, excuse me. Sorry, I'm on number B, the creation and inclusion of an educational or performing arts component. That could be something used in the public school system, for instance. Moving on. Hard infrastructure prioritizes circulation and mobility options for the 710 Vision Plan project that prioritizes infrastructure connectivity with the historically red line northwest section of Pasadena. I talked about that in detail the last time I was before you, so we'll move on, and if you have any questions, certainly can answer. To number 5. The Restorative Justice Community Oversight Committee, known as RJCOC. The RJCOC is a body of community stakeholders responsible for ensuring implementation of development of all matters pertaining to the 710 stub and the RJ elements of the 710 Vision Plan. The creation of the RJCOC, appointed by City Council, should comprise of at least 51% of the members being descendants and or representatives, or their representative. So in other words, it could be the descendants, they're displaced. The descendants are, very elderly, many of them. The displaced, their descendants, or they can choose a representative to on their behalf. Next, please. And I just, Jasmine will be coming up in a minute to finish us up, but I just want you to know, when we're talking about the RJCOC, we're talking about guardrails. We understand that policy is only as good as accountability throughout a process. When we start the development of this, if we do not have a body that oversees the process in the stub from start to finish, then we're going to end up with a same possible outcome as before, where systems were in place that caused this to happen in our community. When the federal government came in and said, let's build a freeway from coast to coast, and then decided to put it right through communities of color, which displaced these families and caused generational harm. Unless we have a body that's a part of the specific plan process and throughout this process of building, we will then fail these folks that were harmed. This is on you, on your watch, to understand that and to make sure and ensure that that oversight committee exists. And I'll yield to Jasmine Schuper.
Thank you. Ma'am, welcome.
Hi, council members. I want to echo Tina's sentiments before I jump into element number 6. Echoes Tina's sentiments about how grateful I am that this process was stood up, that the City Council saw fit to put together this advisory body and handpick people representing diverse interests and professions to discuss something that is significant and could be a model across the country in what substantial repair can look like as part of a development process. In an industry, I work a lot in real estate, where real estate is so extractive. It has been so extractive. What we know about freeway construction, not only in the city of Pasadena, but in major communities across the country, is that overwhelmingly, when the Interstate and Defense Highways Act was passed in 1956, it gave city planning departments license to erect physical barriers to segregate neighborhoods. The city of Pasadena was no different. In fact, and why Tina mentioned the 210 being a component of this is because there were alternate routes proposed for the 210 freeway that would have displaced 8 times fewer people, but it would have gone through predominantly white neighborhoods. So what we are talking about is not isolated incidences or things that exist in a vacuum. These were coordinated, holistic, comprehensive efforts to segregate communities, starting at the federal level and being contextualized in cities across the country. So I just want to set that framing as we're talking about these elements, and there's more at stake here than just the adoption of 10 elements for the 710 redevelopment plan. So moving on to number 6, community benefits planning framework. It's important, and part of the case studies that our consultants did that were so effective in Solano Group was studying and analyzing in other cities that have adopted various restorative justice mechanisms and their efficacy, and pulling from that to contextualize it to what's feasible, possible, and practicable here in the city of Pasadena. And one of those was this community benefits planning framework, which necessitates meaningful, measurable community benefits that can perpetuate equity, and that can be holistic and comprehensive as part of the development that will ultimately, at the same time, inure significant benefits to the community. And there are many mechanisms through which this can happen, including but not limited to disposition and development agreements, ground leases, and community benefit agreements, among others, and city policies applicable to the entire 710 stub area, such as the specific plan, might also be applicable. These instruments will need to be legally binding and commonly used in development negotiations. So this is not a unique thing necessarily. I don't need to tell you guys, because you know this, but the city council will be the final decision-making authority in this. But really what's the value, vision, and ethos of this particular element is that the community benefits from this large-scale development in some meaningful way. Number 7, I think, do I have a clicker? Oh, yeah. Okay, and I'm going to spend a little bit of time on this one, not only because it's my day job, so call it an occupational hazard, but also because where well-intended initiatives often fall short when considering acknowledgement of historic harms and race-based damage and transportation inequity, is in not completing that full moral arc that Dr. King talked about, that's long but bends towards justice, right? So often what's missing is this restorative and reparative component that is often quantifiable, right? And so wealth generation through home and business ownership is a data-backed and statistically proven way of affording access to wealth building and ensuring that it happens and prioritizing it. And as such, the city should prioritize housing affordability, home and business ownership, as part of the implementation of this vision plan, because like I said, these are data-proven mechanisms for providing access to generational wealth building and repairing harm caused by racial housing discrimination and transportation inequity, of which the initial proposed 710 construction was in taking the path of least resistance and displacing this vibrant community in these communities of color. And so going into specifics, because I think it's important that we're not talking in abstracts necessarily, but also in specific mechanisms, is the total housing benefit for targeted beneficiaries, which I would say is the displaced communities and impacted communities, will be valued at least $25 million based on 2025 dollars, or 1% of the estimated value of the housing and commercial, whichever is greater. Because what we're talking about in terms of remuneration and this kind of monetary recompense to the displaced communities has to be funded, and we're not naive to that, right? And so we're proposing that the funding mechanism for this come from this 1%. to fund homeowners, to fund remuneration to homeowners, business owners, and institutions that were displaced by the 710 freeway. We are recommending that these payments be calculated to be approximately $150,000, again, taking into consideration the funding mechanism of this 1%. And look, I know that sounds like a lot of money if we're talking about, monetary remuneration to these communities. But what I will also say is that the wealth building opportunity that these homeowners would have had they been allowed to stay, far exceeds $150,000 per family. And so in affording them the opportunity to not only return to this community, but also to purchase and build wealth back into this community, either by way of business, home ownership, and even for some of the renters, is a small drop in the bucket compared to the economic harm that has been done. I should also mention, too, that this was based on taking the median home price in the city of Pasadena, recognizing that 20% of that would be cost prohibitive, but cutting the median home price in half and taking 20%, give or take, of half of the median home price in the city of Pasadena, and that's how that number was arrived at. Again, representing a very conservative number in the grand scheme of the economic harm that was done. And I would encourage, like Tina said, for everyone to read through these elements in their entirety in the packet, because we really do outline very specific action items and recommendations and how to achieve some of these initiatives. So number 8. Affordable housing and affordable housing registry. Again, one of the mechanisms for repair and restoration involves affordable housing, and we just need more of it in general. But it is also a specific tool. And so to create a registry for individuals displaced, ensuring that 25 to 35% of housing units built as a part of this redevelopment plan include affordable and include workforce housing, really aimed at targeting affordability across all levels. I think that's a very important thing to consider, is that our displaced families and their descendants likely find themselves in various levels on the spectrum of income and affordability. And so it's important to us that housing is built that encompasses all of those affordability levels. It will prioritize displaced community members and descendants and impact community members as a part of this registry. But being able to identify and know, as a part of this affordable housing, whom are the impacted individuals that would get this priority preference, so that it's not so that it's a coordinated and intentional process of ensuring that. Number 9. Business development support. Again, a theme that emerged in many cities across the country when these case study analyses were being done by the consultants, providing or increasing the existing 5% bid preference for certified small businesses in procurement and contracting for development, and also to use local hires where feasible and practicable to recycle dollars back into the community. And lastly, workforce development, which is akin to the business development support, but including displaced and impacted communities in any training or workforce development programs that are created as a result of the adoption of the elements, even if they don't reside in Pasadena. And that's important, if they have been displaced or impacted, to be able to have the opportunity to take part in any training or development opportunities that exist as a result of this development plan. And again, this was the last of the 10 elements, but I would encourage council members, we have a significant opportunity here. And, some would argue that Caltrans was the body responsible, right, for these harms. And what I will say to that is that Sure, departments of transportations across the country, are culpable in this, certainly. But this went all the way down to city planning departments, right here in local cities, and it was a coordinated effort. And I would argue too that the city became responsible once we accepted this relinquished land back. It became our responsibility to participate in integrating justice elements into this really amazing opportunity that we have to build something very special in this city and solve issues that existed even before this process was contemplated. And so I will just leave you with that. And again, thank you for the opportunity not only to present these elements, but to participate with a really humbling group of people as part of the 710 Reconnecting Communities advisory body. So thank you.
Next slide. So for next steps, staff is seeking feedback from the council on the 10 elements that have just been presented, specifically which they'd like to approve tonight or which they would like staff to further study and bring back with more information for adoption in the near term or midterm. Near term being within 1 to 3 years from the adoption of the restorative justice elements tonight, or the midterm, which is 3 to 5 years, or as part of the separate policy implementation. Staff would return to council for consideration of the restorative justice implementation plan and direction on the frequency for progress, updates, and appropriate body of monitoring. The implementation plan would cover timeframe for each element, again, whether it would be something that we would take on in the near term or midterm. B, which city department would be responsible for the oversight, as well as C, inclusion in the specific plan or outside of the specific plan process. D, additional studies needed to determine feasibility, including financial outcomes. And E, review of body for further work or approvals related to each element. And so with that, this concludes our presentation, and we'd be happy to answer any questions.
Mayor, I would like to know if it would be okay if we hear public comment first before council discussion.
We can turn, process-wise, let's turn to public comment, then we'll do questions from council members. After everyone has an opportunity to ask questions, then we can turn to discussion and potential motions. So we'll follow that as the process. Turning to public comment.
We have 18 speaker cards at my last count, and I'll do that again in a second. Blair Miller, followed by Myung Yoon Hammer, Jose Luis Correa, Dr. Alina Al-Saraf, Marcus Renner, Barbara Grant Richardson, and then Michael Warner. I'll call more after that. You have a minute and a half.
If you've heard your name, please step forward.
Go ahead, Blair.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Thank you for taking up this important topic and giving it the attention it deserves. As a member of the 710 Reconnecting Communities Advisory Group, I wanted to call your attention to a few items that were mentioned in the previous speakers, but want to highlight them for you. First, attachment C is the restorative justice elements that were created by the members of the advisory group over many public hearings and with a great deal of input from all 16 members. Attachment C is the actual community-based proposal and takes into consideration the harms that were caused and how to repair them in a way that will move the community forward together. I also want to emphasize that one of the things that we looked at was coordinating with or enhancing programs that already exist to support job creation, workforce training, and local entrepreneurship, and to provide affordable housing, including affordable homeownership opportunities. But we also want to find additional funding sources to implement these programs. We came up with this 1% of the value created by the redevelopment of the stub area to be set aside. The people who came up with this were deeply involved in real estate development, understand that it is an ask, but really urge you to not consider it as separate or optional as additional, but to plan for it from the beginning. This is going to be a challenging and financially this is going to be a financially challenging transaction. But if we plan for this from the beginning, it's absolutely doable, and we really hope that the city council will support it. Thank you.
Thank you. Mi-young Yoon Hammer, followed by Jose Luis Correa, then Dr. Alina Al-Saraf.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Mi-young Yoon Hammer. I'm a resident of District 5, and I serve on the board of the Center for Restorative Justice. I'm writing in support of the 10 elements. There are no words or actions that can completely equalize the violations committed against the families and communities who were displaced. They suffered profound losses at the time as their homes were leveled, communities uprooted, and their sense of belonging was discarded. But the impact was long-term and pervasive as they subsequently lost the visible and invisible benefits of economic, social, and psychological wealth for themselves and the generations to follow. Although it is impossible to fully remediate the injustices committed to the individuals, families, and communities displaced by the freeway projects, approving and implementing the 10 elements would be an important step in the direction of repair and an emblem of the city's acknowledgement of the wrongs that need to be righted. As the current administration seeks to erase the history of this country's egregious acts of violence, racism, and discrimination, they also are attempting to erase what makes our communities remarkable and beautiful, which is our rich diversity alongside our common pursuit of belonging. The community that was displaced by the freeway projects represented exactly that kind of beauty and that the administration is trying to destroy. Reject that agenda and boldly send a counter message that tells the story of Pasadena as a city who is unafraid to confront the demons of the past, who chooses to seek the restoration for people in the present, and is courageous to envision a more just future. I ask that you vote to approve two things: the 10 elements, and more specifically, approval of the installation of the RJCOC Oversight Committee.
Ma'am, your time has
Who
expired.
will serve the purpose of providing accountability and input throughout the implementation process.
Thank you. Mr. Correa?
Hello, Council. Hi, I was actually had the honor of being on the committee on 710, but I come to you today as a person from family that was displaced. I remember the day that my mom told us that we had to move. I was 9 years old, and as a 9-year-old, you don't know why you have to move. All I knew is that we had to move, and I knew that I was never going to see my friends, and that I was losing the only home that I knew since coming at 4 years old from Mexico. I was never going to see my friends anymore. I was not going to be going to my school, Garfield Elementary, anymore. My family was lucky enough to find a home in Pasadena, but a lot of my friends were not so lucky, and I never saw them again. Mayor Gordon likes to say that Pasadena is the center of the universe. It was also the center of a lot of racism, and like redlining and burning down of a Chinese laundry. We can't go back and change the history, but you can do something for the Japanese Americans, African Americans, Mexican Americans that lost their homes. Do the right thing.
Thank you. Dr. Lena Al-Saraf, followed by Marcus Renner, then Barbara Grant Richardson, then Michael Warner, David Corrales, Dr. Gilbert Walton, Donna Sider.
Doctor, welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and council members. Let's work to restore justice to the 710 population displaced back in the 70s and work with the descendants for a fair and equitable solution, taking into account the land that was not used for the purpose set out. $150,000 is peanuts compared to the housing prices here in Pasadena. A decent house, you can't get for less than $1 million, even a condo for $750,000, 2-bedroom. The land has accrued in value, and the city should listen to the community as to what and how to proceed and avoid bearing this issue in bureaucracy and unnecessary time delays. Let's work to right the wrongs of the past of displacement, segregation, and economic disruption and forge a path towards restorative justice for our dear Pasadena community. Thank you.
Thank you. Marcus Renner, followed by Barbara Grant Richardson, then Michael Warner.
Thank you for taking my comment. I want to echo the support for all 10 elements. I want to speak specifically about the third element, the historical acknowledgement, and the potential that this project proposes to do storytelling, to do creative placekeeping. with an interpretive center. And I submitted correspondence to show how we're trying to gather support. We are gathering support for that idea. The vision with the freeway displacement as an anchor, the vision we put forward focuses on cultural and community resilience. And it could also feature exhibits on Japanese American resilience in the face of internment, Armenian American communities' resilience in the face of genocide, and our current communities working on resilience from the recovering from the Eaton fire. It's also an opportunity to highlight the best of Pasadena's as a reconnected community, to put how we've put our best foot forward. And that includes what we're doing tonight, which is highlighting support for civic participation in planning and development decisions, which is central to the story of what halted the freeway and what we're trying to do right now with making the most of this opportunity. So it has focused on cultural resilience, community resilience, civic participation, and we'll continue to research this opportunity and hope that you will consider this, including this in the RJ implementation plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Barbara Richardson Grant, then Michael Warner, then David Corrales, Dr. Gilbert Walton, then Donna Sider, then Jill Shook, Bert Newton. Go ahead.
Good evening.
Welcome.
Honorable Mayor and distinguished council members and city staff. My name is Barbara Grant Richardson King, and I'm a third-generation Pasadenian. I live at 1965 North Arroyo, and I'm a constituent of Tyrone Hampton District 1. I was circulating a brochure for the Orange Grove Villas. I'd like to circulate this brochure because it's a community of 120 townhomes built in 1975. It spans the area of Orange Grove Boulevard to Walnut to Pasadena Avenue to the freeway. This $1 million per unit community is right smack dab in the middle of our family's cherished neighborhood homestead at 283 North Vernon Street, which was completely annihilated by the 710 eminent domain. So I ask you, how did this happen? Taken by eminent domain for public use, but turns out to be a project for private property that was finished in the 1970s. Now, you may say that this was not on your watch, and that's true.
Thanks.
The property was gifted to you, so now you get it back with all the history that goes with it. What are you going to do? And personally, with all the 10 bullet points, I am not talking about a museum or a mural. I am talking about significant monetary restitution. I will not live to see the ditch reconstruction.
Ma'am.
I'm in my 70s. Thank you.
Thank you. Michael Warner, followed by David Corrales, then Dr. Gilbert Walton.
Michael Warner, Pasadena City Council members, and our mayor. I was born in Pasadena. I have lived in my house since 1971. I have seen Pasadena before freeways and light rail. I have ridden the light rail to Santa Monica and Long Beach many times. I have ridden the light rail where it goes, but I cannot ride the light rail to San Pedro, Industry, Tarzana, or Altadena. The light rail does not go there. Ignore the traffic. Concentrate on the surface. Restore the sewer, the water, and the power. Concentrate on the surface. Tell the developers where the city wants open space, commercial and residential. Decide on this restorative justice idea. Sometimes I agree with Rick Cole. Sometimes we need to retain ownership. The city needs to retain ownership of the land and let the developers have the surface. The surface is what we're talking about for restorative justice. The surface is what we're talking about for the future. The surface is what we're talking about in all of our discussion. Nobody mentions it, but it's surface. Ignore the traffic will take care of itself. The traffic isn't going to go away. It's like water. It will find the path of least resistance. And Rick is smiling. We were supposed to meet together today, but we didn't. Thank you.
David Corrales, followed by Dr. Gilbert Walton, then Donna Sider.
Thank you, Mayor Gordo, and thank you, Councilman Madison, and some of the people who've supported us here. We appreciate the time. As a Caltrans resident, I've talked before about the process. I've provided you with a written letter here, which I hope you all get a chance to read, which describes the extensive process I've been through. And I've made every effort to comply with Caltrans requests demonstrating my ability and my family's commitment to purchase the property. However, the process has become extremely burdensome, harassing, and intimidating, and unequitable. As an elderly tenant who's lived in these properties for over 30 years, they continue to put up obstacles to keep us from buying our property. Provided them financing of $1.5 million, $1.5 million, 200,000, provided financing letters of $2 million from the bank. They came back with an appraisal that's over $350,000 above my appraiser. I've provided them down payments of $165,000, $200,000, and $400,000. And now I get a letter stating that they want another $95,000. The bank isn't even requiring this amount of money. And it's pretty upsetting that we cannot come to an equitable agreement to purchase the property. So I ask that the city council,
Sir, your time has
please
expired.
move forward with this memorandum of understanding,
Sir.
so that you can purchase our properties.
Sir, we want to be fair to everyone. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Council.
Dr. Gilbert Walton, followed by Donna Sider, then Jill Shook, Bert Newton, Anthony Manousos, Humera. Go ahead.
Doctor, welcome.
With all due respect, Mayor Gordo, council members, I want to say something that's a little bit different, so allow me to take a little bit of poetic license with Charles Dickens' classic, A Tale of Two Cities. I was born in Birmingham, Alabama, and all of the hopes of a lifetime, many of the aspirations and dreams were condensed in the summer of 1963. That modest request for justice was met with massive violence that you all know about. Nevertheless, we came to the Birmingham Accords, and there was supposed to be a biracial oversight committee, future study, that somehow they would get this done. Tragically, that ended in the bombing of 16th Street Baptist Church. And in that aftermath, the death of Johnny Robinson and Virgil Ware, which are often overlooked. The two cities that Dickens talks about is 18th century Paris and London. The issue there is one of justice versus oppression. That's the same story here. So Pasadena, 2026, the process has been totally different from Birmingham, which we can all affirm. But we still come to the same crisis point, the decision between justice and oppression. We can do violence, not with a guillotine, not with a bomb, but by delay, by a lack of moral courage, by a lack of decision, by feeling that the supplicants are undeserving. There are a variety of other means, legislative, executive orders, etc., that also do violence, not physically.
Sir,
I
your
hope
time
we
has
would do
expired.
something different, do the right thing.
Thank you. Donna Sider.
Well, I'm honored to follow such a auspicious speaker, and I was at Rick's issue forum on Tuesday, and I saw that as a District 2 resident, no one really in that audience was speaking against what had been decided upon by this 2 years of faithful study. But so I saw Rick having to take the devil's advocate role because there was no one else to really play that. But really and truly, no more delays. Staff, I understand there's 8 part-time city council members and 2,300 staff. And what we, as residents, myself of 45 years here in this city, coming to council meetings, are gonna say primarily and above all, is do not delay. But instead, think about it. Pay attention. These are descendants that were impacted. Their own compensation, just compensation, should not be seen as a divisive act or a zero-sum game, but a pathway to reconciliation. And our city should undertake a broad and sustained education campaign. There are many of our citizens that are still uninformed. We need to rectify that. So let's get about the placemaking, the restorative justice with flexibility and accountability tonight. Let's do this immediately, not 3-5 years down the line.
Thank you. Jill Shook, followed by Bert Newton, then Anthony Manusos, Humira, Lauren Corey, Jamie Kim, Suzanne Madison, and Brandon Lamar.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. I appreciated what Donna just said about education. That's what I am going to talk about, but I also say please support all the elements and the Oversight Committee. We feel that the City of Pasadena should assure that the 710 story is told with education using public art, plaques, a museum, interpretive center that was mentioned earlier, and all other means to tell the history both of the glory days of the community and the achievements by people of color who lived in the 710 corridor, and of course, the sad story of the freeway construction and other policies that so dramatically harmed and divided our city. Although you have no significant jurisdiction over PUSD, it would be important to work with Pasadena Unified School District as much as you're able to follow the example of Duarte, California. Their ethnic studies course, students incorporated the local Black and Latino history in their own classes. They unearthed the history of Rocktown, a historically Black and Latino town completely destroyed by the placement of the 210 and the 710 freeways. They, not 710, 610, excuse me, 605. They interview former residents, they make exhibits and more so that the education can go on and on, so will not be repeated. We need this here in Pasadena. Cities are deeply spiritual and theological, and cities are called to repentance throughout the Bible. This is a golden opportunity.
Jill, your time has expired.
Thank you.
Thanks. Bert Newton, followed by Anthony Manusos, then Humira.
Yes, good evening, Mayor and City Council. So Making Housing and Community Happen strongly supports the 710 Restorative Justice Pasadena's position on the 710 stub and the 10 elements suggested by the staff. The construction of the 710 and 210 freeways disproportionately harmed communities of color. That harm was part of a broader historic pattern of racist marginalization in our society, including here in Pasadena. The property taken from displaced residents has since increased in value and has now been transferred to the city. Those who were displaced and harmed deserve compensation based on current valuations. Given the history of redlining and housing discrimination, it is difficult to argue that displaced residents received fair value at the time. Many were unable to purchase comparable property in Pasadena and were forced to relocate. And as Donna said, just compensation should be understood as a necessary pathway toward reconciliation. And as Jill was saying, the city should undertake a broad and sustained public education campaign so that residents understand what happened, why it matters, and what restorative action is being considered. And finally, we've had 3 historians already provide a substantive historical record. Restitution should not be delayed for future study. Thank you.
Thank you. Anthony Manusos, followed by Humira, then Lauren Corey.
Well, Mayor and City Council members, I agree with everything that's been said. I think it's very clear that the current administration is doing everything it can to negate the deplorable history of racism in our country. And our city has an opportunity to be an example to other cities by standing up for racial justice. The 710 freeway destroyed a neighborhood where people of color lived when it could have been through a different route. This was part of a nationwide trend to build freeways through communities of color. It is clear that those displaced by the freeway were not only unfairly targeted, they were unfairly compensated. Many could not purchase a comparable property in Pasadena and had to relocate. So proper restitution should therefore be a priority, not an afterthought. Descendants and the impacted are owed just compensation. It's not a matter of charity, it's a matter of justice. On the 250th anniversary of the founding of our nation, we need to repent of our racist past and move forward into a future where everyone is treated fairly. Thank you.
Humira, followed by Lauren Corey.
Hi, I don't have a lot to add, been so many good speakers. I would just encourage you to approve the 10 elements. I would emphasize urgency, no more delays, no more plans to plan, no more studying studies. And I would also urge you to recognize that we still have many other systems in place that perpetuate all kinds of injustice and equity, and would ask that you address the full gamut of the problematic systems that we have in place that continue to perpetuate all kinds of other injustices. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Corey?
Thank you. Mayor Gordo, Council. I know many are kind of tired of hearing about restorative justice. Sighs of frustration can be heard, and it just keeps circling back onto agendas and into discussions at community forums. This decade is very different from ones in the past. This decade, people of every color are not going to settle for a museum and a plaque, though they are appreciated, okay? Yes, we all know that all of the families wronged cannot be identified. Some can, and so can many of the current members of those communities. Responsible members, young, middle-aged, and seniors. Responsible members whose families' trajectories would radically improve if given the chance to own basic homes that build equity and future wealth for their progeny. I spoke of my family's generational wealth a few times at the 710 AG meetings. My parents holding on to and being allowed to hold on to a house in Palo Alto has already changed 3 generations. Do not make restorative justice a historical footnote. Let's consult and hire a world-class developer who will honorably recognize the ills of Pasadena's past, as well as plan a lasting, profit-generating, beautiful, multi-use space. Thank you.
Thank you. Jane Kim, and then we have virtually Suzanne Madison and Brandon Lamar. Go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Jamie Kim, and I live in District 3, so
Jamie.
my council member, Mr. Jones. I'm here as a member of the Center for Restorative Justice, which is a nonprofit in our own community of Pasadena. And I'm here this evening to urge you all to adopt the 10 restorative justice elements recommended by the RJCOC. I believe all 10 elements are essential to beginning the restorative process for our community, especially those families that were displaced and harmed by the construction of the 210 and the 710. I implore you all to embrace a sense of urgency to implement the recommendations immediately. The longer this is delayed, the more harm that is compounded. And frankly, as a resident of Pasadena, I'm tired and embarrassed that it's been over 70 years since this happened with no restoration provided to those families. I also think an interactive museum and educating the public, preserving our history and fostering understanding would serve to communicate to our community and frankly to our country that this should never happen again anywhere, definitely not in Pasadena. It's time Pasadena ceased with revisionist history and moved forward with accountability, truth, and restoration. You all have a unique opportunity to change the narrative and mitigate the racist injustice inflicted upon the city's constituency. So for that reason, I strongly encourage you all to fund the interactive museum proposed within the restorative justice elements, along with all the other 9 recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to Suzanne Madison virtually, and then Brandon Lamar.
Good evening.
Go ahead.
Stories are how communities remember, heal, and move forward. Good evening, council members, staff, and those in attendance. I'm Suzanne Madison, founder of Allegra Consulting and a Pasadena resident of District 6. Over the past 2 years, working alongside the city manager's office and the 710 advisory body, our team documented the stories of residents, families, and business owners, faith-based organizations, and community leaders affected by the SR 710 freeway construction. Through more than 30 oral history interviews and community engagement efforts, we heard stories of displacement, lost opportunities, neighborhood disruption, and the loss of generational wealth came up over and over and over again. As Pasadena advances and hopefully completes its restorative justice efforts soon, I hope this oral history project serves as a catalyst for acknowledgement, healing, repair, and reparations. By honoring those harmed, we can deepen public understanding, strengthen trust, and ensure future generations learn from this history lesson. Thank you.
Thank you. Brandon Lamar will be the last. Well, let me make sure. Brandon Lamar.
Good evening, City Council, and Mayor Victor. Thank you so much for taking this item. My name is Brandon Lamar, President of the Pasadena NAACP, and we have been working diligently to support families that have been displaced, not only by the Eden Fire that took homes in Altoona, but also in Pasadena. What we've also found is that a lot of these families that have been displaced by these fires have also lived in, or they're descendants of family members who have lived in the 710 or the 210 stub. Pasadena has a history of displacing families, and I think this is one of the ways that we can make it right. There's no other time in our history that we would probably receive land ever again. And so we have to do what is right by our communities, do what is right by what has happened in the past. And as some people might have said, I think an apology is the first step, but the apology is not the only step. Sometimes sorry is not enough. And I think we have to do more into making sure families that are displaced from this area are able to come back into our community. As we have seen, people are being displaced every single day because of high pricing in our community, high home costs in our community. And we have the opportunity to do what's right for every single person in our community. Thank you so much for your time.
And with a quick check, that completes public comment on item 19.
Okay, turning first to council member questions. We'll allow everyone to ask their questions and then go back around for discussion. First person is Mr. Hampton. How much time will you need, Mr. Hampton? Just following the rules.
I get it. I think I'm only going to need 5 minutes, but I won't have any comments at the end, so I'll just take it all now. And that way I don't have to go back around to me again.
Well, let's stick to the questions. The council's wanted me to have a process. Here's the process. And then we can come back. If you only need a couple minutes for questions, that's fine.
Mayor, with all due respect, I think that this is something that deserves more than just questions.
No, absolutely.
And,
but I mean,
and
procedurally.
I think more than procedural, the 5 minute time or the time that I'm only asking for a short period of time to get it all out now. I'm supportive ultimately of all 10 elements that were presented to us tonight. I appreciate all of the public.
So you want 5 minutes to
yes,
get it? Okay.
Yes, sir. I mean,
let's start.
I understand we've got a tight schedule. And
let's
got
go.
A lot of other
It's getting tighter.
Yes. And so I think all of the public speakers that have come out tonight, I am a sixth generation Pasadenian. And yes, this impacts me directly because I have family members that were impacted not only by the 210, but by the 710, and one that was impacted by the 710 and the 210. And so, not my parents, but aunts, uncles. So I would like to say that I think that this freeways across the country, everywhere, we could talk about anywhere in the world, anywhere in the United States, but we're talking about Pasadena. And tonight we have an opportunity to attempt to make right of a historic wrong that has happened here in our community. This is going to cost us nothing, but if we don't get this right, it will cost us everything. There are so many residents, so many families that could have had the opportunity to live here, to have generational wealth in this community, because we have done an amazing job at making sure that people's property values constantly go up in this city, as we hear from so many of our residents on a day-to-day of how expensive our community is. So to not belabor my comments, and I appreciate the comments of all those that have came here today, I'd like to make a motion for all 10. I'm making a motion You don't have to come back to me. Look, I'm only a minute and 37 seconds in. This is a good thing. So I'd like to make a motion for all 10 elements to be accepted tonight. I appreciate Councilmember Cole's comments in the beginning about how we need to move forward, we need to have action, and tonight is a night to have action. And I think hopefully having action of unanimous of a whole council would be great. So I appreciate the time and effort that has been put into this. I am a minute and what is that? A minute, 1 second? What is that? 1 minute, 12 seconds? What?
No.
No, that's 1 hour, 1 minute.
Hold on, time out. That's what I was saying. Like, where's
We're not going to attribute it all.
You started
to
at
but-
58.
Therein lies the problem with our timer
See,
system.
our timer is not, our clock is.
We are timing the length of the item, and it's a 90-minute
I think
item
we
is
should
what we had.
I think we should do both for purpose of clarity.
So that was my motion.
Thank you.
Move approval of the recommendation from our committee.
Mr. Jones?
I would second that motion, Mayor, and I only need like 2 minutes. I support
Okay.
the motion, all 10 elements, including the Restorative Justice Community Oversight Committee. But I think the true driver here, well, let me back. Mr. Hampton said his family's 6 generations. My family's been here for 130 years, so we're equal on that.
We came together.
Yeah. And they were harmed by the 210 to the point where I was discussing with Michelle about some of these elements, if I would benefit, but I would not benefit from this. But let me get back to my point I was trying to make was the true driver here is the economic harm that was done to these communities and created this massive wealth gap. And so I applaud this effort. I applaud the speakers and everyone that's been involved in creating these 10 elements. I'll drive home to one point is the quality affordable housing. I think there needs to be affordable housing for descendants of this and for everyone throughout the city. But that affordable housing has to be the same quality as market rate. We've seen some examples in our city where affordable housing is not the same quality as other market rate or workforce development units. And so I think as a city, we need to ensure that the quality of those affordable housing units are up to par with other units, regardless of your income. And then the other thing is creating the economic driver and the opportunities for small businesses here and opportunities for them to be able to operate within the city and within the 710 stub, and opportunities for local hire as well. And so I appreciate the efforts that have went into developing these elements, and I appreciate Mr. Hampton's leadership on this, and I support his motion.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. Mr. Lyon, followed by Mr. Cole. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Masuda, followed by Mr. Lyon, then Mr. Cole.
Thank you, Mayor, and I want to thank all the speakers that spoke tonight and told us what they think, and it's very important. And I'd like to thank the 710 members as well for the work that they did. And I also believe that there was a lot of harm to families that were removed from their homes. But I have one question to staff. Does Pasadena have the financial ability to finance the stub's construction after the restorative justice recommendations? That's something that I was thinking about all along when I was reading this report, that one question.
So one of the components that we undertook through this process, through the overall process, was evaluating the economics of the process. And in the end, it's the development, building it out, meeting these objectives of restorative justice and outcomes is absolutely economical. But there's not a decision today to be made to determine it's economical, because the market will help drive how that economy is done. But when our presenter spoke earlier about the 1% and picking these achievable and meaningful numbers, they came with that context because that was the goal. They didn't want to set a bar that you go, that's not achievable. We believed when we put this together and worked with them that it is achievable through this process.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Mr. Lyon, followed by Mr. Cole, then Ms. Rivas and Mr. Madison.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you to everyone who spoke and to the subcommittee who worked on these recommendations. This is a remarkable piece of work. I mean, we all sat this weekend and it really is extraordinary and has the chance to make history in our country. So I thank you for that work. I'm looking at Ms. Williams and I don't want to forget to say, to second her commendation of the Equal Justice Works, the legacy sites in Montgomery. I took my 12-year-old for spring break this year, which he did not appreciate as we were headed down there, I have to say. But he was incredibly moved by sitting with foot soldiers in Selma and going to the legacy sites in Montgomery. And it is, it's extraordinarily moving and an extraordinary history of our country. So I do commend those to everyone. I also support the motion. I do, and I think we need to figure this piece out tonight. I don't think this work exists in isolation, and the committee was very careful to stay in its lane about sort of jurisdiction. We asked you to look at the 710, you talked about the 710, but if we're gonna do this work, I think we have to take on the racist history of our city. So we do have to look at the Chinese laundry. And we're going to talk in a few minutes about the Pasadena Improvement Association, and I think we have to look at that. We have to look at redlining. We have to look at the 210. I think this should be one conversation, and I don't want to slow down this work, but I do want to figure out how we bring all those things in. And if I can be so bold as to add something that I don't see here, I want to invite the stakeholders who were on the other side of this conversation into this work. So we talk very much about the families who were impacted, but I want to say that there are institutions and maybe individuals in this city who actively participated in the racist history of our city. So when we get to the Pasadena Improvement Association, we're going to talk about my law firm, and we're going to talk about the Chamber of Commerce, and we're going to talk about the Board of Realtors that became our current Realtor Association. And all of those people need to be invited into the conversation too. This is not, if we're going to really make a difference and really change going forward, we all have to be moving forward in this conversation. So I do support the motion. I want to say I'm very sympathetic to my friend Councilmember Cole's frustration with our study of studies of studies, which we do a lot of, but there is more analysis to be done here. We do need the particular financial analysis on, and particularly about reparations. It's one thing to say a family or descendants are entitled to something, but having done this work in a legal context, figuring out who's a descendant and how you find them and who's responsible for finding them and setting the deadline is a whole process that we need to define. And so that work needs to be done. The one thing I'm not sure about is creating a separate new organization for oversight, only because we have now in this city created, I'm aware of at least 3 of our commissions were created to originally address racial justice in this city. And that work mostly now lives somewhere between the Northwest Commission, which has a very specific charge, and the Human Relations Commission, which really does handle most race relations work. And so I wonder if we don't want to utilize existing frameworks rather than creating a whole new bureaucracy. It may mean rethinking the membership, but as it happens later tonight, we're going to look at term limits for commissions, so there's going to be some rollover. But I think we can decide that later. But the big thing I want to confirm tonight is that this is going to really be comprehensive truth and reconciliation work for our whole history. And again, thank you for bringing this to us. It's extraordinary.
Thank you, Mr. Lyon. I agree with much of what you said, and along those lines, I'm going to have a suggestion in my comments on how to proceed in the broader picture. Mr. Cole?
Thank you, Mayor. First of all, I'll second all of the comments made by everyone, so I won't repeat them. Here's the 2 things I would like to focus on. One is in April, when we separated this from the larger discussion of the 710, or I don't think I want to say larger, the rest of the 710 recommendations, staff made 11 specific recommendations, including 2 on restorative justice that go beyond staff recommendations tonight. So it is not premature to move forward, because in April, we moved forward on 9 of these recommendations. And so really, what we're doing tonight is catching up with what the work we did in April and giving it the same weight and the same urgency rather than kicking the can down the road. And yes, Mr. Lyon, I agree that there's more study which is recommended in this report of how to implement this. There's no question that there's more work to be done, as there is with the other 9 recommendations, including doing a specific plan. What Mr. Hampton's motion, seconded by Mr. Jones, does is move us forward expeditiously to that next stage, which is what we did on all 9 of the other elements of the 2 years of work done. So that's my frustration. We don't need any more study on the principles. What we do need, and Mayor, you talked about this at Finance Committee, what we do need is much more work on how we get there, and we need to include the people in the community in that process. So the second item that I want to address is, again, we do great plans in this city, award-winning plans in this city, plans that make your eyes water with your heart beats faster reading these plans. You think, what a wonderful world we will live in when these plans are implemented. And we are moving forward now with an environmental justice plan. And we're going to do the same blank, blank, blank research that we've spent the last 2 years and a fair amount of staff and consultant time on. Let's connect these two, because this is a classic case of environmental injustice. And let's not reinvent the wheel. Let's make sure that the environmental justice element incorporates all of this work and tracks with these recommendations and gets implemented along with these recommendations. So those were my 2 additional comments. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ms. Rivas?
Thank you, Mayor. I'll be brief. Of course, I agree with everything that's been said already. Support the motion, of course. I just wanted to take a moment to thank Ms. Schuper for your closing remarks and addressing head-on why should Pasadena issue an apology when it's so easy to point to the state. We could also point to the federal government. So both what they did in transportation, what the federal government did with redlining and underwriting criteria for mortgages. There are just so many different moving pieces to this. But as you rightly and clearly pointed out, city planning departments and city councils made that all possible locally. And so it's our turn to own that. And so I want to thank you and everyone involved for laying the groundwork for us to do that. And so I'm very proud to support this motion. And I look forward to us making that progress and actually getting some things done. So thank you.
Mr. Madison?
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I really appreciate the work by the committee and by the staff. I appreciate the staff's request for direction from the council. This is a substantial piece of work, as was mentioned, and so I think it's fully appropriate that staff seeks direction from the city council and gives the community the opportunity to sum up, if you will, which we've heard tonight. I do have a couple of questions. One is, the staff report really focuses on the 710 and something called the displaced community members. Is my understanding correct that the displacement is just within the 710, or is it also within the 210 path as well?
That's one of the items that we wanted to get some direction from the council on tonight. When we started this work, it was looking at the 710 sub area, that smaller area. A recommendation of the committee is to expand it beyond that. And so we wanted to get feedback from the council on that. I think the work of the specific plan is going to be focused on the stub area, and so that's how we envision this moving forward. I think we've heard that this is a community-wide effort. There's things that go beyond even the area noted by the Restorative Justice Committee, that there's things that citywide we need to be looking at, perhaps in our environmental justice element or other pieces. So part of what we were going to do in the implementation program is pull out what would belong in the specific plan and what areas would go beyond for citywide efforts, or this area if you wanted to follow what the Restorative Justice Committee is recommending. But we really wanted to have that conversation and see where the council felt about
Yeah, and
that.
I struggle with that only because it feels a little bit like that we're widening the aperture so much that we're diluting the focus of the matter at hand, which is the 710. And I don't for a second pretend that there wasn't shameful racism. I've learned a lot in this process about, you'll hear from many folks, if you do invite those other kind of historic stakeholders to the table, that, well, there were payments made, there were, this was in the akin to eminent domain. But of course, if you live in a community where there's massive redlining and the inability to use whatever funds were provided to relocate in Pasadena, that's not much comfort, to those families. So I get that. But again, I struggled because with restorative justice, there needs to be a proportionality to the responsibility and to the harm that one is addressing. And I'm not sure that anybody's presented the case that should extend beyond the displaced community, businesses, residents in the 710 to share in those efforts. I totally support a broader effort to do introspection around the history of discrimination and racism and that shameful history. And I think even talking about it has helped a lot, and I get that that's not enough. But I do struggle with that as well. The other thing is, we can't do anything. 1% of nothing is nothing. So I'm not persuaded yet that that's the right number, but before we even get to that, we've got to have a plan that we're implementing to realize a return on our community's investment in this 50 acres at the 710. So I think this is yet another reason to move expeditiously toward something, recognizing that it's not going to happen overnight, but that's not a reason to not get started sooner. It's a reason to start even sooner, in my opinion. Final question, has there been any work to date to actually identify, for example, so when we talk about like this 1% wealth generation, whatever that ends up looking like, what's within the 710 property, how many families or households, individuals have we identified?
So for the specific 710 relinquishment area, Architectural Resources Group, who conducted the study of people that were displaced in the sub, did identify as many families as possible going through records.
How many? I'm sorry, Wendy, I didn't hear you.
Families specifically, I don't have the number at the top of my head. I know that there were 218 residential/commercial buildings that were displaced, but that's a start in that direction.
Okay, so that would be work that would need to be done, presumably.
Right, we do have, as Wendy noted, a fair amount. We did expand that zone a bit north of the relinquishment area because that's where the residential neighborhoods really picked up and started being more dense. But we haven't done it extending all the way north to La Cañada border kind of thing. So there would be more work to do if we extended it all the way through the entire 210 portion.
Yeah, and I mean, I think those different models could be presented, perhaps. But again, I struggle because I just haven't seen a cogent statement of the rationale to include areas and persons beyond the property at hand. And that could lead to a real slippery slope then of all manner of, restitution, if you will. I don't think that's the perfect word, but I understand the concept that for persons who've been harmed by our history in Pasadena, from Native Americans to Latinos to all people of color and even beyond that. So again, I struggle with that a little bit, and at a minimum, we need a rationale to be presented as here's why we think the lines that we're drawing here are appropriate.
Mr. Cole?
Those are my questions.
I'll be brief.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, were you finished?
Yeah, I guess so. Thanks.
If you have others, I didn't mean to interrupt. I
Oh,
thought you were
staff wants
finished.
to respond. I don't mean to preclude that. You called on me.
Okay.
Is there more you were
Yeah.
expecting from staff tonight?
No, I'm good, Mayor. Thank you.
Okay.
Thanks.
Yeah, one of the questions, just as a follow-up, if we have people who are descendants and, there's not, it's unlikely there would just be one with a claim. And so how is, if we were to have restitution, how's it decided who gets what and what descendants? That's the slippery slope that I see, is now the city will be embroiled in family matters. And so I think that has to be given lots of thought as well. Okay, Ms. Page, did you have a response at this time, or did you?
No, I think I was just going to reinforce that was our approach, that we were supportive of the elements, but recognizing that as a lot of these have their own policy implications that we need to look at further, and
Right.
some of them individually, some of them can be done collectively. But that was the approach of putting together this implementation program, which would we would return, and we can do that quickly. We can return at our next meeting. That doesn't take a lot of time. We just needed to get direction tonight on where the council wanted to go, on where we see that additional work being done, at what bodies, is there a cost to that? Do we need to do studies? Who's the responsible department? Really having some transparency on and accountability for making sure that work program moves forward. And it really becomes an entire work program is how we're looking at this. Some of it's integrated into the specific plan, a lot of it is, but there's other pieces that are not. And so having that conversation, and it's going to be ongoing work that we're doing. So that was what I was referring to in our additional work.
Before I turn to you, Mr. Cole, I
Sure.
forgot there's one more member of the council who hasn't been heard, me. Let me, so before I give you a second lap.
Mayor, how much time do you need?
Well, I'm going to be short, but extended.
Short, but
Start the clock.
Hampton style.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I'll take the remainder of your 5 minutes, Mr. Hampton. Let me just say that, thank you to the committee and to the public who participated in and the staff in bringing us these recommendations. There's certainly some complexities that need to be worked out. We just talked about one in terms of descendants and identifying and cost, and how do we, is it really impactful, or are there other ways that we can be more impactful to the affected communities and descendants, including the possibility of giving priorities, for example, in terms of affordable housing citywide, affordable housing opportunities for sale to descendants. Because in one small part of our city, it's going to be very difficult to go back and say, everyone who was impacted, well, you get a share here. And so I think we need to give some thought, and staff should give some thought to how we address that issue. We could, there's the apology, in my view, recognition and apology is a no-brainer. And, I will be proud to take that action on behalf of the city of Pasadena, past, present, and future, and on behalf of this council. Pasadena struggled with, not unlike the rest of the country, because we have to keep something in mind. You know, this was the tone and tenor in many parts, if not all parts of the country. And I think, you know, Pasadena should lead the way in saying not only was it wrong here in the rest of the country, but certainly in Pasadena. And so we'll take that action. And, you know, for quite some time, I've struggled with, you know, how do we address not just this issue involving the 710 corridor, but the other issues that have been raised. You know, the Chinese laundry, the internment of Japanese Americans, including family members of Mr. Masuda, who sits at the dais with us. And I'll talk more about that as part of the AI Stewart conversation. But we should have a process to bring those issues forward and for Pasadena to take deliberate and affirmative action, one, recognizing that that part of our history is not one we're proud of, and especially the individuals who led those efforts. Again, during the AI Stewart conversation, I'll have more to say about that, more specifics. With that, and I'll turn it over to Mr. Cole, but I do see this issue strongly tied to the conversation we're going to have on AI Stewart, and so there's going to be more time for some of these concepts to be hashed out. Mr. Cole?
I think that Mr. Madison has raised an important issue and one that does require additional discussion. I think it's a no-brainer that those 218 businesses, families who owned, and the residents who were tenants there, to the extent that we can identify them and work out all those issues. I do think there's a strong argument for the 710 interchange, because really that took a huge amount of territory, as Mr. Hawksworth just said. The whole idea was to tie up the 134, the 210, and the 710, and all of those bridges and flyways, and what was referenced, the residential development that took place when those neighborhoods underneath all of that were obliterated. All of that ties together. But that's an issue I don't think we need to wrestle to the ground tonight. I would like to just, not as a friendly amendment, but just clarification. Mr. Hampton, will that be attachment C, the report of the task force, the 10 principles? Is that?
Yes, the report of the task force.
Okay. And then
I think my motion was staff's recommendation, but I meant to say task force.
Yeah, there's a summary in the staff report, and then there's the slightly more detailed, and so clearly we should work off the attachment C. And then would you be open, Mr. Hampton, to at least some direction to staff to coordinate the environmental justice element with this work?
I'd be open to that, yes, sir. Second.
Yeah, I'd second that.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Cole. Any other questions, comments? Okay, this is a moment long in the making, and so I think we should have a roll call and again extend our thank you to the public, to the committee, and to staff for work well done.
Mayor, before we vote, what's the output then? The staff will come back to us with the direction that we've given tonight?
Yes.
Is there a time period for that?
We can return with the implementation program that has each of the 10 elements, and then time frame, responsible body, those thoughts. We can come back as early as probably the next meeting on July 13th. I think we could do that.
We'll have to look at the agenda, and that may be.
It seems ambitious to me,
Yeah.
given that each one of these is complex and needs the overlay of the scope that's been discussed and the coordination.
We've got a pretty heavy agenda on the
The other
agenda.
bodies, yeah.
Let's say, you know, I think it's important that we bring it back sooner rather than later, but, you know, we want to get it right. And so-
Sometime this summer, maybe?
Yeah.
Well, you have just, one of the big things that we'll need council to give us direction on is the council is voting on this 10 elements, and one of those elements is the oversight committee. And the oversight committee will candidly help drive a lot of this work being done. And so that's probably, other than figuring out the apology and the first things, is getting that committee formed and established. That would really help us move this forward. And so we can bring back a work plan and everything else, but getting that oversight committee up and running is the thing we are going to need to do first, in my assumption. And so normally all of our community committees are identified in the code, and so we'll need to draft a code section, I believe, for the municipal code to create that.
It's going to be a standing committee, a commission-esque type body?
I believe that's what it's intended, because this body is designed to exist throughout the life of the 710 and the development, which I think we've all agreed is going to take 20-plus years, so. Yes.
There's an opportunity down the road to integrate it with other commissions and with whatever body we create to overlook.
The oversight committee.
Initially, we don't want to lose track of it, so that's why I think it makes sense to set it up now. And,
They don't call it
and then they would have
oversight.
input into any reorganization that might take place down the road.
You know, no question, we need to move swiftly, and that probably is the very first step. What I would say is, you know, some of us had Mr. Madison and Mr. Line and I had the opportunity to visit the Presidio together with the city manager and many of the staff. And the specific purpose of visiting the Presidio in the Bay Area in San Francisco, and we flew out, you know, in the morning, came back in the evening, and so it was a long day. That came back that same day, but in that short time frame, we were able to look at and talk with executives of the Presidio and get some of the history and lessons learned on organizing an effort like this and governance specifically. And so I think as we think through not just the immediate oversight that's needed, but long-term, the governance and oversight that's needed, I think we ought to have, the full council ought to have the opportunity and the benefit of looking at various governance models that are out there in order to ensure that we have the correct governance model, both in the short term, the midterm, and in the long term. And so I think this action allows us to head in that direction, but I think part of the work, rather than organizing it too quickly and getting it wrong, part of the work and direction we should give to the city managers, come back to us with models such as the Presidio model. And again, I would encourage all members of the council to take that trip. The ad hoc committee of the city council went this time around, and those who were able to make it. But I think the full council would benefit from some of those discussions, as well as with other groups. Okay.
So perhaps within 30 or 60 days, we'll have a game plan for moving forward on all 10 of these recommendations.
Right, a game plan, yeah, with recommendations, yeah.
And not to disagree with you, Mayor, because I know that we see eye to eye on the need for strong governance. I think from community trust, setting up the oversight committee makes sense to move forward on, because as we move forward to adopt a more formal long-term governance practice, if the task force is sunsetted, so they've gone away. And so if there's not a body which is official to have input into that governance. It's just you get 2 minutes at the dais. And I think that breaks trust. I think that we're adopting a motion tonight that says we're going to set up this committee. That committee gets sunsetted, that committee gets reorganized, that committee gets merged, that's fine. But that committee ought to exist to have input into what happens next. At least that's my view.
Yeah, no, and I don't disagree. I don't think we're far off. But before we get to that point, I mean, we are the oversight committee for the full city. You know, each one of you represents a specific part of the city. I have the honor and privilege of representing the entire city. And so my response to you is we are that oversight committee. And importantly, we're elected to provide that oversight. Now, having said that, I do think there's a time and place to have a committee charged with governance, charged with oversight, specifically of implementation. But I want to ensure that the ultimate oversight committee has an opportunity to review models, governance and oversight before we create any committee, and then make an informed, deliberate decision with the input of the public. Okay. With that, let's go with the roll call and mark this important moment in our history in the city.
Councilmember Cole?
Yes.
Councilmember Hampton?
Yes.
Councilmember Jones?
Yes.
Councilmember Lyon?
Yes.
Councilmember Madison?
Yes.
Councilmember Masuda?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Rivas?
Yes.
Mayor Gordo?
Yes.
The motion is unanimously approved.
Thank you all once again, and again, congratulations. Proud moment in our Pasadena history.
An amazing moment, and all those that applaud, remember there's still a lot more work to do.
Yeah, that's
just the beginning.
Yeah, that's a good point. This is the beginning of a process that will involve many complicated and complex issues. Okay, and discussions. Next, Mr. Clerk. Next, we turn to the conversation on AI Stewart. It's listed on the agenda, Mr. Jones and Mr. Hampton and Mr. Lyon. Unfortunately, Mr. Lyon's name doesn't appear, but actually,
I had also made a request years back. I think we probably all did it at some point.
I think all of us, but it's listed as a request from two members. I just wanted to recognize that it's been, certainly you two have driven the issue, but I think every member of the council at one point or another has requested this matter come forward. Okay, with that, let's turn to the city manager for an introduction. Or the city clerk, anybody? Mr. Hampton, okay, now that we've given you
I think
lots of credit.
The request came in writing from Councilmember Hampton.
Well, here we are.
Councilmember Jones. And so this request was to agendize the portrait that's out on the wall related to the mayor's.
Should I give just a brief preamble?
Yes.
That's fine.
Okay.
Yes.
So we're all aware, many of us, including Mr. Hampton, Mr. Jones, and others, were made aware of racial, or have been aware of racial covenants that existed in the city of Pasadena and had the impact of denying many people homes. But, beyond the redlining, I think it's important to recognize that there were real people, first and foremost, who were driving these redlinings. They didn't just occur. There were individuals, and including an individual, AI Stewart, whose picture hangs in our hallway, in the room behind us in the hallway, who were the architects and implementers of these redlining issues. But, And so the question before us is, how do we recognize that today Pasadena is a different city? Do we maintain that picture there, or do we remove it, or do we somehow recognize that, it is a part of Pasadena's history, but certainly Pasadena doesn't agree with that history. We acknowledge it and don't agree. Then we have the issue of the Arthur Noble plaque, because I believe not the founder, but the son of the founder of the Hahn and Hahn law firm is the individual who worked with A.I. Stewart and others to deny people the opportunity to purchase a home anywhere in the city. Now, having said that, Mr. Line took the words right out of my mouth. We have to recall that Pasadena had individuals who, I'll just say it, who were hateful. But we also had people on the other side of the issue, people who fought very strongly against A.I. Stewart. Unfortunately, A.I. Stewart and his supporters had the microphone at the time. They were in power, including Mr. Stewart serving as mayor, and we just learned tonight, acting city manager in 1941. That would not have occurred but for, and then he served as an assembly member for the entire area. That would not have occurred if there weren't others who were supporting A.I. Stewart's efforts, and we have to recognize that. But on the other side, there were people like William Carr and his son John Carr, local real estate agents, who not only objected, but went on record publicly and did things like assist Japanese Americans, assist African Americans, and sold real estate at the objection and notwithstanding the racial covenants that were in place. And so I think tonight, colleagues, we focus, yes, on recognizing and correcting, recognizing the illegality and lack of morality that A.I. Stewart and his supporters brought to Pasadena. But I think we also recognize that there were people who did the right thing. And those are the people we should also recognize. I think we've got, failing to recognize the people who were fighting for justice and equality would leave us with an incomplete action, in my view. So with that, I'll turn to our colleagues, Mr. Jones and also Mr. Hampton.
Mayor, you teed that off just well. I couldn't have said it better myself. So I want to say I'm not going to take up a lot of the time, but I think that the path forward is a lot of folks are always like, well, we got to tear it down and get rid of them. I think having a note notated next to their name, notated in our records, anything that reflects AI's name, what he did and the harm that he caused to our entire community should be footnoted. And it should be footnoted in the hallways, it should be footnoted in anything. Like I said, I guess it will be footnoted in this meeting. But not to erase our history, because that is a part of the history, right? We have to learn from that history, know that there was someone who was elected in this community who also served as a city manager, who did, and an assembly member, as you mentioned, who did extreme harm to our community, and Herbert Hahn as well, right? His name is on this Arthur Nobel Civic Award, and I wouldn't put a note next to that, because that seems to be, based on what I've read about it, it was voted on by the council. Those are council positions. I think his name, because he wasn't elected, needs to be removed from that plaque, and it needs to be replaced by names such as the cars that you mentioned, such as Edna Griffin, and so many other, Ruby McKnight Williams, right? I mean, we should we should actually bring that back. I don't know why we don't do the Arthur Noble Civic Awards anymore, but I do think that we should bring that back. And so those are my comments, Mayor, and I hope my colleagues agree that we should not erase our history, but put side notes and footnotes that anybody who goes in that back hallway has the opportunity to read and know what exactly transpired here in the city.
And by the way, just for the record, because I would like these documents to be made a part of the public record, the clerk handed us all minutes of a council meeting, then board of directors in 1941, where A.I. Stewart was in fact recognized as
The acting city
the
manager.
acting city manager.
And just, Mayor, just to explain, I was looking, because I put the agenda, at the request of the council members, I put this agenda item on the agenda, and I was looking for the proper titles for Mr. Stewart, and pulled up some old minutes to see what was his titles in the minutes, and I came across this one. I did not put acting city manager on the agenda, but that's how this came up, is just part of a search of the minutes that I found, and this just happened to pop up for me. It's not related to any of the documents or any of the actions specifically.
The other document that I'd like to ensure is in the record, because I think it does a fine job of detailing the history involving this issue. And it was given to us initially on May 9th of 2022. And it was prepared by a neighbor of City Hall that we all know, Martin Truitt. And I think does a great job of detailing the history. Now, if you haven't had an opportunity to review it, please do so, because it really details what was going on, much of what was going on in Pasadena. Mr. Lyon?
Thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember
So I'm very grateful that this is finally on an agenda. I do want to say we're still missing some items from the record. So
Yeah.
when this came up, I think Mr. Truitt intended this to be a political hit piece when he sent it, but rightly, the council sent it to the Human Relations Commission. The Human Relations Commission came back with recommendations 6 months later. The council didn't act on them, and they sent their letter again a year later. That letter is not in the record, and I would like to have it added.
Sure.
And I will say, I think there's a better history. And what we're talking about here, for anyone we're coming in the middle of a conversation. In 1939, Mayor, at the time, I think he was still just director, A.I. Stewart, and a group of about a dozen civic leaders, a bank president, a law firm president from my law firm, Hahn & Hahn, the head of the chamber, the head of the realtors, the head of the Lions, the head of the Rotary, all came together to form this organization, which existed to encourage white homeowners to adopt racially restrictive covenants on their homes. And by all accounts, it was incredibly successful. The campaign ran across the city, and they were adopted left and right, and it existed until 1944, for 5 years, when the California Supreme Court struck down racially restrictive covenants. But among the recommendations, the reason I brought up the Human Relations Commission, they had two recommendations. One was to take down the photo of Mayor Stewart in the back of City Hall. There's a wall of all of the mayors, of portraits of all of the mayors. And then,
not all.
And then what's that? Oh, right, all of the past mayors, actually. So, yeah, you'll get there. And then also a recommendation to rescind the Nobel Award that was presented to Herbert Hahn sometime later, I think in the 60s. And for my money, rescinding the Nobel Award is the easy part of this recommendation. I think, can we talk about this tonight? Because it's not on the, oh, okay. I saw what was going on over there. It's not in the title of the thing, but this is an equally important part of the recommendation. And to me, that's an easy thing. As Councilmember Hampton pointed out, the city gives the honor, and we can take it away. And I think we should. I think the much harder question is what to do with the portrait of a former mayor in the back, because that is both a timeline of our city and an honor, and arguably an honorific. And so how do we, do we add a little QR code in the corner of his photo that takes you to some history? I will say, if you would like to see the full history of the Improvement Association, at the Pasadena Foothill Association of Realtors, there is a very detailed curriculum created for Pasadena Unified School District that very much covers the history both of the Pasadena Improvement Association and then our subsequent efforts, once the racially restrictive covenants were struck down, our subsequent efforts to create segregated housing in this city, including redlining and other policies, the effects of which we still see today. And that curriculum ends with this sort of living example of what's going on. So I don't know if it's proper given the title of the thing, but I would like to, we can't deal with Herbert Hahn.
You can discuss it, but in terms of taking some action, then you should ask for that to come back, because it doesn't give
Which
the
I'm
world
going to say
a
again,
sense.
I've been asking to get this thing on the agenda for a long time, so I'm very grateful to have it here. But I think, and then there's one more question we have to deal with when we're grappling with the mayor, which is like, I'm pretty sure A.I. Stewart was not the first or the last racist mayor of Pasadena. And so do we have any affirmative obligation to figure out, or do we wait until anonymous letters come to the city talking about one or more of the people who were here? And how do we tell the story of our city in a real way? And maybe this goes back to the thing we're talking about creating, that's looking at repairing the wrong in the 710. But looking at that history holistically and honestly is something we should try to do. Mayor.
Councilmember Jones.
Mr. Jones, followed by Ms. Rivas.
Thanks, Mayor, and I think you articulated it very well, and same thing to my colleague, Mr. Hampton. I appreciate us bringing this agenda item forward, along with my other colleagues who have been asking it, Ms. Rivas, Mr. Lyon, I think almost all of us, Mr. Cole, Mr. Masuda. I'm sure Mr. Madison has asked at some point. But we do have to recognize and correct the harm that was done to communities in Pasadena. And I'll be brief. A.I. Stewart was elected by the people. I don't know if I would be supportive of removing his photo, as long as there's other elected mayors' photos up in the back wall there, but acknowledging his harm, the harm that he did to communities, either with a note there or a separate placard with all the detailed descriptions of the Pasadena Improvement Association, I think would be educational and good. As far as Herbert Hahn is concerned, I think we should take a vote from this council to rescind his award. And then perhaps, as my colleague brought up, Mr. Hampton, is to look at reinstituting this award again, and then giving it to, or voting to award residents in our community that have done significant gave significant contributions to our city, right? We just heard from a lot of residents who volunteered their time on the 710, who volunteered their time putting together the recommendations that we just voted on. I mean, there's so many residents in this city that we could acknowledge at a city council meeting by giving them the Arthur Noble Civic Award. And so I would be supportive of that. But honestly, I mean, these are all great symbolic gestures, but truly, I mean, there is true economic harm that was done to families, to communities, because of this redlining, because of the 710, because of what A.I. Stewart and Herbert Hahn and all the other folks who were involved in the Pasadena Improvement Association did. And so that is a community that is now doesn't get to benefit from generational wealth. There's a significant wealth gap there, and I'm not sure if that we could ever truly repair that by acknowledging the damage that he did, by putting it on the wall, by rescinding Herbert Hahn. I mean, no disrespect to my colleague, but Herbert Hahn has a law firm. A.I. Stewart is forever gone down as the mayor of Pasadena. and there's families who are still suffering and hurting because of the damage that they've done. And so I think, these are a good start, but the true healing would come when we are able to provide economic opportunity, home ownership, business opportunity, local hire to residents that were impacted and damaged and harmed by these efforts. So I appreciate you, Mayor, for bringing this to the City Council. I appreciate Mr. Hampton as well. And that's where I'm at. And was there a motion? Did you make a motion?
No, it was, this is this.
Oh,
Before you do that, because
okay,
I'm going to have
yeah.
some suggestions on how to proceed. Ms. Rivas,
Thank you, Mayor. I wanted to
followed by
thank
Mr. Masuda.
the Human Relations Commission to really looking into it. They spent a lot of time on this and really digging into it, and it's a shame that their hard work and their work product wasn't a part of this discussion when it does come back to us at another meeting, at least for part of it. I think it needs to be part of in front of us and for the community as well, for everyone to see it. I think I agree with everyone. Removing a extraordinary honor or distinction like the Arthur Noble Award is an easy call. That's something the city went out of their way to do, and we can take it away. The harder call is whether to remove the A.I. Stewart portrait, where it's simply included with all the other portraits of the mayors. I think it's a powerful statement to have his portrait remain up there with all the mayors who came afterward, who he never wanted to live in this city. So I'm slightly inclined to keep it. I wouldn't object to keeping it down, taking it down, or removing it, or adding some sort of note or whatnot. So I would go along with the council's, acknowledgement, whatever the council is. What I do feel strongly about is whatever we do should be with the goal of education, because there are so many people that I come across in my district, colleagues that I, work with or have worked with, or in the Army, just in my life. So many people don't know about redlining. They don't know about restrictive covenants, and it has played such a vital role in all the ills that we face today. And so I just think whatever our outcome is here, education has to be a big piece of it, which we heard from so many people who spoke earlier today on the 710 item. So thank you. I'm grateful, Mayor, that we're having this discussion today, and would support, as I said, removing the honorific for Herbert Hahn, and would go with the will of the council on the portrait. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rivas. Mr. Masuda.
Thank you, Mayor, and I want to support the motion about just putting a footnote next to their picture. I came here thinking that removing their picture from City Hall, I wouldn't have agreed with that, because I don't think that would be the right thing to do. But I think this is a very important time what we're going through right now, and thank you for that suggestion, Mr. Hampton. I just want to share with you, and Mr. Madison mentioned, Japanese Americans being put in internment camps, but it was Franklin Roosevelt, our president, that signed, 9066, and that was an executive order. And a lot of Japanese Americans didn't like President Roosevelt, but I have a great appreciation for President Roosevelt, because he did so many good things too. So that's the part that that bothered me when I read a lot about the history about 9066 and putting Japanese Americans in internment camps and taking away their freedom. So thank you for that. That makes me feel so much better, Mr. Hampton, that you suggested that, because I think that for me, that solves the problem of not voting for something that you might have maybe thought it was important, and I didn't want to come across that way, that I couldn't support that because of, I didn't want to do it. But it's, I think I'm probably talking too much about this, but it's just something that I think that we should kind of look beyond things sometimes, and forgive. And that's where I wanted to explain. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Masuda. Mr. Madison, Mr. Cole, followed by Mr. Madison.
Mr. Masuda, I don't think you ever need to worry about talking too long.
On the other hand. It's a joke.
I agree with what's been said about AI Steward and how we ought to handle that and incorporating the recommendations from our Human Resource Relations Commission. A little history on the Noble Award. Arthur Noble was a philanthropist who actually endowed an award, and there were medals cast. And as chair of the Finance Committee during the time I served on the City Council, I discovered a lot of funds that hadn't been touched in years, and one of them was the Noble Bequest. And I asked for the history of that, and it turned out that in 1977, we used to award, the City Council used to give the award every year. And for whatever reason, in 1977, it just petered out. And then 4 years later, Cornelius Pings, who was an architect of an equally racist approach, which was the redevelopment of our city, Pepper Project and all these things, was given the award. And then nothing until I, as mayor, pushed for us to create a committee to recommend, and we added several names. And then again, for a few years, it was awarded, and then again, it seemed to peter out. I'm excited by Councilmember Hampton's suggestion that we go back and recognize some people that should have been recognized in 1935, in 1945, in 1955, but who were excluded from recognition because of all of what we've talked about tonight. And an opportunity, we won't be able to recognize all of them, but there's certainly some of the names you mentioned absolutely deserve recognition in this council chambers. And then I think we should continue to do this. Arthur Noble created this award because he said Pasadena is a very special place. And just as there's a Nobel Prize for achievement, and which many Pasadenans have won, actually, most of them from Caltech, that there should be a Noble Award for the people that contribute to this community in special philanthropic and volunteer ways. That's still what makes Pasadena special. And I think reviving the Noble Award would be one of the positive outcomes of recognizing the dark history, to your point earlier, Mr. Mayor, which is for every person who was fighting to impose injustice, there were people who were fighting to oppose injustice. Right. And those people should not be forgotten.
Thank you.
Mayor, I made a mistake when I mentioned Mr. Madison talking about the Japanese Americans being in internment camps. He said it many times, so that's why that's in my mind. It was you tonight that mentioned that many of my relatives and friends and from Japanese Americans that were in internment camps. So thank you.
Well, I mentioned it tonight, but I think we've all recognized it and mentioned it time and again. And so, that history involving your family is not lost upon me or any member of this council, past, present, and future is the goal. Mr. Madison?
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I really appreciate this discussion as well. I would say I agree with those who've said we should involve the work of the Human Relations Commission here and embrace this. And my only concern is that we're not being thoughtful enough, because the Japanese American experience, for example, this council supported a swimming pool called the Plunge, where people of color were not allowed to swim. And then they, in what they probably thought was tremendous progressivism, had something called International Day. And that's when the residents of color, including blacks and Latinos and Asians, would be allowed to swim. And then they pretended, they either did or pretended to drain the pool afterwards to mollify the white residents who of course, wouldn't want to swim. I mean, that is repugnant and deserves the highest opprobrium we can mete out. And the city council that was here at the time, then called the board of directors, defended that in court. There were 6 courageous young black men went down there on a day that was not International Day and said, look, this is enough. We have the right to swim, and they were denied entrance, and they sued. And the city council, including, I think, this fellow Stewart and others, fought the case in court, and I think they actually won because that was the prevailing, thinking of courts.
No, they lost.
They did?
They lost.
Okay, well, I'm
But
glad for
what
that.
the council did at the time, instead of opening it up to everybody, they closed the pool.
Yeah, well, there you go.
They lost in court
Yeah.
and then closed it, I think the next day.
Like one of the members of the board, the council, was a guy named Brenner, who Mr. Jones has a park in your district that we've spent lots of money, rightly so, providing equipment and all the rest. And he was the one, if I recall, that when the internment occurred, it was originally happening down in the central Arroyo. And he said, I don't want those people near the residents of West Pasadena, and found another place down, I think, on South Arroyo for them. And we shouldn't have a park named after somebody like that. I wouldn't erase the records, as I think has been said. I think our history is our history, and sort of erasing it could also be viewed as sort of covering it up. But I totally support. Somebody famously said sunshine is the best disinfectant. If we tell the truth and put it out there, and that's our history, and we're not proud of it. I concur with that approach. But how do we keep this going and make sure that we're picking up things like that? This thing, I don't see Mr. Truitt's name on this thing. It says it's from Pasadena Research. Mr. Truitt has been the architect of many racist campaigns in this city against Latinos and blacks and women. That is just shameless, and it's obvious that he's using this to further probably some anti-Han and Han bias that he had. But so I don't put much weight on this. And typically he doesn't even have the courage to sign his own name to it. If somebody can see his name on here, please point it out. I don't know how it's known that that's from him. Typical.
He told me.
Yeah, well, that's typical. Just not courageous enough to sign his own name to it. But so I support your motion and don't want to lose the momentum of this. But as Mr. Masuda described, it's complicated, right? Because it is our history. George Washington owned slaves, and what do we do with that? We have streets and monuments to George Washington because of his centrality to our republic. And yet we cannot accept that part of him. So I think, we need to continue to think and talk about the best way to deal with this. But I support what the motion says. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you. It's my turn. First, I don't think we should devolve our conversation to accusations of authors of documents or anyone else's as we're denouncing racism to then say, well, someone else is a racist. Yeah, I think that's a disservice to all. But having said that, the document and the history including the history you've outlined, Mr. Madison, does involve A.I. Stewart and the Pasadena Improvement Association being heavily involved in not just redlining, but the plunge is a perfect example. I mean, people like a 3-time medal winner in the Olympics of Korean ancestry were not allowed. Dr. Sammy Lee, 3 Olympic medals in diving, and then denied access to what was then referred to as the plunge. And Mr. Hampton is absolutely correct. When the city of Pasadena lost in court, rather than comply with the court order, the very next day, the plunge was closed. And, you know, we need to take stock of that as a city and as a people. You know, but I started out the conversation saying that there were people on the other side doing the right thing. People like William and John Carr, who started in order to beat back the Pasadena Improvement Association. They started the Friends of the American Way. And this was an organization that was charged with breaking racial covenants and keeping racism such as that was occurring at the plunge out of Pasadena. In fact, the LA Times at one point, after Mr. Carr so many times submitted, you know, a cartoon showing that these occurrences were race-based, finally said, look, we're gonna print this. We don't agree with this, but it's been submitted to us so many times by Mr. Carr that we're just gonna print it. After World War II, William Carr and his son John Carr found the organization to break, for Friends of the American Way, to break racial covenants and allow for the sale of Jewish properties to Jewish Americans, African Americans, Latinos, and all other minorities, including Japanese. When people were interned, Mr. Carr rented out their properties and paid with that rent the mortgages of Japanese Americans to ensure they didn't lose their homes. And so I give you all of that background, one, to highlight that while we had, you know, some racist and, you know, some would say evil people in our city, there were good people. And I think we ought to recognize that. You know, if I had it my way, if you ask me what should we do, I would say let's take, on the Noble Award, let's take a plaque and just nail it in right on top of Mr. Hahn's name. You know, as to do two things. One, to say, you know, there's a person who did the right thing, who was really deserving of this award, but didn't receive it because the people in power didn't recognize that he was doing the right thing. And two, to recognize, and the person under Mr. Carr is the person that Pasadena rejected and the Pasadena City Council rejected today. I take that picture, same thing. I wouldn't remove it because, you know, then again, we erase history and then it's sure to be repeated. But let's give him the attention that he was looking for and say, you know, your picture, because it's a part of our history, will remain. But on top of that will be, you know, William Carr's picture, or I'm using William Carr and John Carr as examples. You know, we could decide whether they're the correct people. I believe that they are, because they were in the moment fighting, but there could be others. And put a picture on top of Mr. Ian, A.I. Stewart, thank you, A.I. Stewart's name again. So when people take a tour and they see the timeline, we say, no, we didn't erase the timeline. There's a picture on top of this one for this reason, and highlight that. You know, the picture of A.I. Stewart, for many who haven't seen it, already stands out because it's a caricature. It's not a picture. All of the mayors before and after all had actual photographs. Stewart is a caricature. So I suspect that at some point, somebody recognized that, you know, he shouldn't have the same standing as the other mayors, one. or the actual picture was vandalized, but it could have been easily replaced because that picture you can find on the internet. And so I'd be interested to know, Mr. Clerk, if there's any history there. So, that's one idea. There may be more, but I think we should bring these ideas to the Human Relations Commission and have them consider them, and then, or when we come back, consider the Human Relations Commission as well as our own concepts and ideas of how we can not erase history, recognize it, and denounce the bad parts of history, while also recognizing the good people who were here fighting the good fight. But tonight, I think we should definitely resolve to take that action, one or all of those actions. Okay? Oh, Mr. Hampton is back, and then Mr. Jones is back.
And I'm just,
Oh, and public comment, we have one public comment.
oh, I'll listen to the public comment,
Okay.
and then I can go to my comments.
Comment?
Let's do public comment.
For item 20, we have 5 speakers: Humera, followed by Jasmine Shepherd, followed by Lynn Sullivan, then Marcus Renner, and then Brandon Lamar, who's virtual.
She might have left.
Humera left, okay, so Jasmine, go ahead.
Okay, I'm
Ms.
back.
Shepherd.
And because this issue, as was mentioned before, is so centrally close to the elements that we just adopted, well done. So I want to address one thing that you said, Mayor, about A.I. Stewart being clearly individually racist. But I think it's important to separate de facto racism versus de jure racism. And in the case where someone who has such institutional power as A.I. Stewart did, that means that his individual acts of racism became institutionalized and systemic. And because of that, the implications were very, very far reaching. At one point, 60% of the homes in Pasadena had racially restrictive covenants attached to them. 60%, right? That has huge implications on economic mobility, generational wealth building, and so many different things. I was invited to my daughter's class to talk about redlining and some of these other racial housing discriminations, and we did a role play where they were assigned different roles, and somebody was assigned Ross and Helen Raines, who lived on 943 Palisade Street, who moved in, bought a home, and the neighbors filed an injunction because it had a racially restrictive covenant attached to it. And these children were like, this is just so unfair. They're like, I have the money to buy the house. Why can't I just buy the house? And because of what happens with property values in that area versus Prospect Street or other areas close to Chandler School, which is where my daughter attends. And so I want to say, as a result of that, there needs to be some kind of economic restitution as a part of that. And this, I'm not even necessarily saying that this needs to be on the public level, but Han and Han or the Foothill Association of Realtors and the Chamber of Commerce and these institutions responsible, what if they participated with organizations who are doing work to oppose and redress these legacies? And I will say that has happened. And the result of that was minority home ownership in the city of Pasadena. And so it can be done. And I think if it's an intentional and coordinated effort, we can both acknowledge, we can apologize, and we can take that full arc that I talked about earlier to repair and justice. And it's all coordinated efforts. Yeah.
Lynn Sullivan, followed by Marcus Renner, then Brandon Lamar.
Good evening. I just wanted to make a few comments about there was some comments made tonight during the public comments about the museum or a museum of tolerance or some sort of inclusive conversation about what the wrongs were. And I think this is a perfect example of how important that is, because to the point, Mayor, that you made about these were good people or bad people. There were people that were trying to represent their community and their constituents at the time, much like all of you are. And I think it's really important because to include not only the Black families that were harmed by what happened in the 710 stub and how they were relocated and subject to redlining, but personally, I mean, I know that my family was heavily influenced by what happened to the Japanese Americans during, in the early 1940s and how they were interned and the consequences. Those were massive losses and damage to their community, as well as, all the other atrocities that have gone on. And I think it's really important not to hide it, not to put a picture over it, not to cover it up, not to take it down and throw it in the trash, but to face it head on. Because this happens now too. I mean, all of us are representing communities that are people, we make comments, people say things. Pasadena has a history and a legacy of anti-Semitism, of anti-Black, of anti-everything. So it's a very white kind of community, but it's wonderful to see all of you here representing your communities and your constituents and fighting for a better city and community and a better America. So thank you so much. I just felt it was really important to encourage you to do the museum, and it's not a little nothing. It's not a gratuitous comment or a gratuitous gesture. It's important. So thank you.
Thank you.
Marcus Renner.
Mr. Renner, welcome.
Thank you. I've never been prouder to live where I live than right now. So thank you very much. You have all just created probably 6 or 7 different exhibits in this interpretive center that we're envisioning. And the point of what we were talking about before is to do exactly what you were saying, bring forward the stories of the people that helped us become more resilient, that helped us overcome these things. And, the rains, the 6 individuals, the cars were amazing. So they deserve a wall in a space. And so there are a lot of questions about how to put this space together. We just don't want all those questions to block progress. And so we look forward to working with each of you to do exactly what you say. And this space could also be the home base for education. And there's so much good that's been put together in that curriculum for Han and Han that this could be, and tonight's discussion could be in an exhibit. What do you do with this photo? That's a great thing to put out to the community into an exhibit, into a space where people can grapple with that. So thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
And finally, Brandon Lamar.
Mr. Lamar.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you again for the opportunity to speak to you all. And thank you to everyone who mentioned the work of the Human Relations Commission, which all of our commissioners are volunteers and put in hours and hours of work with our staff behind the recommendations that were given. So hopefully you all take the chance to actually go look at those recommendations again. But this was done over 5 years ago. I also want to make it clear, and I thank Jason Lyon for saying this, is that we also have to be honest that A.I. Stewart hasn't been the only mayor who has caused harm in our community. He's just the only one who we have concrete proof for. So I think that there has to also be some more undercovering of some of these things. I think also more education to our community is great, but at the same time, the majority of our community does not go behind chambers to see the pictures of former mayors. And so I think it has to be something that is public facing to show what it is. It makes no sense to undo the harm and nobody sees or knows about it. And so I think that should also be a part of more conversations that is happening within the community, so that it is actually public facing and people know what is actually happening there. I think also, just to say it again, and I think Mayor Victor already said, but I think council should definitely revisit the recommendations and the research that the Human Relations Commission and the staff did over 5 years ago, because there are concrete information and time that was spent within those things. And so a lot of this stuff, you don't even have to re-research because it was already done. And then lastly, I just wanted to acknowledge the new leadership of Han and Han, and the work that they have done since the Human Relations brought this up to rebuild and create reconciliations, reconciliation bridges within our community and community leaders across Pasadena, including the Pasadena NAACP. So thank you. And I hope we continue to make this public, and hopefully we continue to undo some of the injustice that is happening in our community.
That completes public comment.
Thank you. Okay, now's the time for a motion, but let me assure the council, I've struggled with the issue of how to bring some of these dark points in Pasadena's history and really societal history in the United States forward for recognition and, where appropriate, an apology. And, at one point, I thought Truth and Reconciliation Work Group, I thought, we bring them directly. We send them to the Human Relations Commission. I'd like to ask for all of your help and the public's help to forward to the city clerk's office issues that you believe should be recognized by this council so that we can have a list, if you will. Once that list, at least the beginning of that list, is complete, I'll bring it forward for the council to consider either direct action or sending it to the Human Relations Commission or other commission where appropriate. I think the time has come for not just Pasadena, but for the country and the state to recognize that, we are certainly an imperfect people and have lived imperfect times. And we need to recognize that so that those imperfections are not repeated by us or by future Pasadenans or California or United States citizens or anyone else in the world. Okay.
Mr. Hampton.
Mr. Hampton?
Yeah.
Mr. Jones followed by?
No, Mr. Hampton, then Mr. Jones.
Mr. Hampton followed by Mr. Jones, then Mr. Madison.
Yeah, thank you to my colleagues for the support of this item, and also to, as you mentioned in your statements, Mayor, to Mr. Truitt for submitting this documentation for us to act upon. And so I think that part of the conversation that we've had here today has been, the Vice Mayor mentioned education, and I think that is something that we have to educate. Or, as she mentioned, a lot of people don't know about redlining, and I don't know how that would look and how forward-facing that would be. Would that be on our website? Would that be a video about redlining? I don't know, but I think that there should be further exploration of that and discussion about how we do that education. As for AI Stewart's picture in the back, putting a plaque on top of it, I don't agree with that. I think that we should see it, who he is, even though it's a caricature. Yeah. And maybe we reduce the size of that picture and put a statement next to it within the same frame, which will give, most people will want to look directly at that. To the president of the NAACP, who mentioned that this needs to be out-facing. I think that could fall within the education a component of this. And then to Councilmember Jones, who brought up I think one of the points that is the most important point is the economic piece of it. These were what you would, in the South and in other places, they called it lynching and someone would die, right? If you take food out of someone's mouth, that is the same exact thing. This just happened in a prolonged way. In areas throughout our city, as we see in this map, which is actually surprising that the planning department would put a map together like that. I guess we just wouldn't do that in these days. But that's exactly where the 210 and 710 are. I think that's interesting. And so, as you mentioned, Mayor, I think this is versus, just one or two council members bringing you stuff. I think this is something that we should have an ongoing discussion about. I don't know if it's here at a full city council meeting or if it's a ad hoc committee that you originally suggested putting together. But as far as the plaque that is up there, the picture that is there now, that needs to not no longer being the configuration and whatever statement we put along with that. Maybe that comes back to us again. So I'd like to motion that we reduce the picture. I don't know what everybody else thinks about that. Reduce the size of the picture and put a statement next to it.
I think you're.
Within the same frame.
I think your statement is well taken. I mean, maybe we do have an ad hoc committee to figure out the appropriate way, or a public-facing committee, send it to Human Relations with the idea that you just suggested, as well as others, anyone who has others. And let's have a thorough discussion, deliberate discussion in public that then comes back to us for refinement.
I'll second the motion. Can I ask that we
Which motion are you?
The motion to add a note under the photo and make the photo smaller. Can I ask that we add direction to staff to come back with a discussion about the Noble Award for Herbert Hahn? And also, we have a list of all the directors of the Pasadena Improvement Association on the letterhead. We should make sure we didn't give awards to any of the rest of them as well. I don't believe we did, but I'd like to confirm.
And that education, as a part of that education, those names that you mentioned, Councilmember Lyon, those should be also part of that record when we're talking about these individuals.
It's a good point. There were
25 of them. I counted. I thought it was a dozen, but it's 25 directors, yeah.
I don't know if you've read.
Are you good with that addition?
I'm absolutely good with
Thank
that
you,
addition.
I don't know if you've read what would be tantamount to the corporate purpose statement for the Pasadena Improvement Association, but if you haven't, it's, you're right, Mr. Hampton, there was no hiding. I mean, it was straight up in your face, this is what we're doing, because we don't like people who look and sound different than us. Mr. Jones.
Thanks, Mayor, and I am prepared to support the motion. And I do think that we could go beyond it and look at, like, as Councilmember Madison brought up about Brenner. I mean, I asked the staff to look into Brenner, and I mean, that didn't turn up, but I'm happy that we can definitely continue to look into it. And, Edna Griffin, I think it all connects, because Edna Griffin was one of the leaders in suing the city of Pasadena for the plunge. I mean, we did recognize her at the Aquatic Center, but she also was instrumental in fighting to preserve the land of Brenner Park. It was going to originally be a naval reserve space, and she advocated and she gave public comment to preserve that space. It turned into what is now Brenner Park. So I would be and she was the president of NAACP. She was an AKA member. She was very instrumental in the city. So I mean, I would be supportive of just naming the park Edna Griffin Park, and but let me talk to the residents, right? We should talk to our residents first. Yeah, and to replace Herbert Hahn's, to rescind his award and give it to Edna Griffin posthumously, because I think she's done a lot in our city, and I think as the result of her work, we have a very diverse council. We have a Japanese American, Mexican American, we have 2 African Americans, we have other, I'll let everyone else identify themselves how they want. But I think we have a very strong, diverse city council. And so,
marginalized group.
Yeah,
is where you were going.
Right. And so I'm prepared to support the motion. I think that, this is one of the proudest moments I think I've been on the city council and what we're doing here. We started with recognizing Hahamunga watershed and awarding the contract. Then we moved to the 710 restorative justice piece, and now we're concluding this, or at least I'm concluding this meeting with the AI steward piece. So I think this has been a very instrumental city council meeting that I think we'll look back on and talk about for years to come. So I appreciate all my colleagues having this discussion. I appreciate the mayor and Councilmember Hampton for bringing this forward with myself. So thank you.
And Councilmember Jones, to your point, and Councilmember Madison, I do appreciate you bringing that up about Brenner Park. It's interesting, not until Councilmember Jones became a council member, we always just called it Manzanita.
Yeah.
I had no idea that it was called Brenner Park until the sign was recently cleaned up and painted. So Yeah, I mean, changing the name of that park would be.
Growing up, it was called Manzanita Park, and there might be a reason why we called it Manzanita Park instead of Brenner Park. Yeah.
Mr. Madison. Mr. Madison.
Mr. Madison?
Yeah, Mayor, I'm going to support the motion. I just, two other quick things. I took a quick break and I was back looking at the pictures. We might think about just taking them all down. I mean,
Yeah.
seriously, if you go back there and look at them, and people do sometimes. I brought Boy Scout troops back there and kids, classes and stuff. If you're a woman or a person of color, or frankly not an old white guy, and I realize I'm speaking against myself here, there's not much for you to see there. And I think that's something like, to consider, is just take it all down. And,
I think.
but that's another discussion, and maybe tonight, I'm not trying to, amend your motion or anything like that. The other thing is, as part of this review, we should look at the parks and monuments in town, do something more comprehensive, not just rely on our memories that, or our individual knowledge, and make sure that we're good with that. And I love the idea of changing that park name to Ms. Griffin. So thank you.
Yeah, it's a good idea. Mr. Lyon, you're back. Oh, no, you're up.
Vice Mayor Resent, okay. Only quickly to say, I not to counter your point, because I really hear it. It is a wall of old, presumably straight white men. But
I
it
bet there's some
also-
exceptions in that.
Straight identified.
I think Chris Holden and others might.
No, so but that's what I wanted to say. Like, it also is.
Loretta Glickman might.
This is the point I'm making, that
Yeah.
it's an extraordinary line of history in our city. And so Loretta Thompson Glickman shows up, and then a young guy shows up as mayor for one of the first times, and an African-American person. So it does show our evolution and our progress and the beauty of our history mixed in with a lot of the ugliness. So I don't know that I would be so quick to take it all away.
And then that young
And
guy
soon,
comes
one
back
day, there
again.
Yeah.
Not so young this time.
Yeah. Younger looking. Okay.
I would just add one ultimate comment. Look, we're at a time of national angst and division over these things, in which the President of the United States is actively seeking to rewrite the history of our country. And a federal judge, just ordered halting his executive order to strip what he considers objectionable material from historic sites all over our country, including denying the existence of slavery in some of those locations. And I think I fully support, as all of you know, these efforts. And I think we ought to be clear, this is not, and I would echo Mr. Jones' point, this is not just about political correctness or virtue signaling or any of the other accusations that have been made. This is about truth. And ultimately, it is about genuine healing. For decades, Japanese Americans appealed to the United States Congress for reparations. And finally, in the Carter administration, reparations were made. Belated, certainly not as much as the losses, but there was a stake in the ground that said there will be justice. And justice delayed is often justice denied, but justice indefinitely delayed is certainly justice denied. And this is about truth and justice, and making a real difference in our society. So I want to thank all of you. I agree with Mr. Jones. This is a historic night. I think the community that's spoken here tonight has helped us move a step toward a more perfect union.
Thank you. Okay, with that, I'm going to ask for a roll call. Oh, Do we have any public comment on this?
No, we've had the public
Oh,
comment.
that's right. It was on the next one that we have one public comment card. Okay. I'm going to ask that we conduct a roll call and then stand as a council in recognition of this momentous vote.
Councilmember Cole?
Yes.
Councilmember Hampton?
Yes.
Councilmember Jones?
Yes.
Councilmember Lyon?
Yes.
Councilmember Madison?
Yes.
Councilmember Masuda?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Rivas?
Yes.
Mayor Gordo?
Yes.
Motion is unanimously approved.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Okay, next, I am.
Three of us are going to remain standing.
We're doing the ordinance.
Now we're moving to an item where don't we still have
Commissions.
things?
So the question is, for the council, do we have, let me make a suggestion on the homeless count. We do have a reason to receive and file, but we can certainly bring it to HHPC for discussion and then bring it back to the full council for discussion. But the city manager tells me that we do need to receive and file that report. So why don't we take that matter up quickly, receive and file, and that is item 24.
We have one public
And
comment.
we do have one public comment, and we will bring it back through HHPC to the full council. Given the hour, I think that's the most efficient way to do it. Ms. Burnt, if you'll step, are we in agreement, colleagues, that procedurally?
I mean, sure. I think that for all of our historic evening, I think we were about to look at one of the ways in which we're still not serving part of our population. And so to put it on the round file, if it's going to go straight to HHPC, I'm good.
Yeah, no, it's not the round file, it's, or we can bring,
Or straight back to council next time we have
either way,
availability.
whatever, I'll work
We
with
have,
the city manager.
well, we actually have an HHPC meeting before we have our next council meeting.
Okay, perfect.
So in
That sounds
theory, it
good.
could go to both.
Yeah, good.
And I'm good with it. Thanks.
I'm just being sensitive to what all of you have said to me at one time or another about taking up important issues late in the hour.
And Mayor, if the city manager could bring the data that you shared with me earlier today, if that could be made available to the city council and the public as well.
Okay.
Oh, the questions you had about the detailed information?
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, I'll work with housing and Ms. Page to include that when we come back to HHPC and then to the full council.
Okay.
So Ms. Burnt,
Ms. Burnt?
to give public comment.
Welcome.
First of all, as far as the data, yes, the public would like it way in advance of the HHP meeting, as well as the PowerPoint, because nothing is available to the public other than that 4-page staff report. So if you could put it on the website way in advance of the meeting, that would give us an opportunity to actually look at it. That would be really helpful. I submitted a letter to you discussing my concerns, including the undercount of our unsheltered folks. For example, many of those who were counted as sheltered in the bad weather shelter on the night of the point in time count are highly likely to be unsheltered today because the bad weather shelter is only open during the winter. The unsheltered point in time count does not represent the true number of those living on our unsafe streets. About motel vouchers, the council has told housing staff to come back to council if there's a need for more motel vouchers. We have well over 300 unsheltered folks right now and only a limited number of motel vouchers, so the answer is yes. The need for more motel vouchers was discussed at the June 3rd HHP meeting. Staff said that they are fully subscribed and the slots are full. I personally have never heard housing staff tell the council more money is urgently needed for motel vouchers. This should not be hard. On a dashboard, at least monthly, post the number of persons sheltered with motel vouchers, how many nights per person, how much money is left for motel charges and services, and how much is needed. Then come back to council for the ask.
Additionally, staff announced at the March 4th HHP meeting that a report on the master leasing of motels for interim housing would be coming in June, but that has not occurred. Rabbi Grader from Friends Indeed raised this with you in September of 2024. Members of Port have already told you that nearly all unsheltered folks they encounter eventually will accept shelter.
Ms.
So
Byrne, your time has
unwillingness to
expired.
accept shelter is not the problem. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Burnt, and thank you for your patience this evening. Everyone. Okay, so
So
I'll,
that by consensus
yeah.
is referred.
So that's received and filed and referred to the Homeless and Housing Planning Committee of the Pasadena City Council.
Right.
And to return. Okay.
So, we have item 21 is the ordinance
Okay.
for commissions.
So we have a matter on an ordinance for commissions, appointments. Are we taking that up? Okay. That's good. Let's do it. And why don't we go ahead and Mr. Hampton, Mr. Cole.
I appreciate Jonna Stewart being here today, and so I would like to ask her to come up and, I mean, she works with our commissioners, all of them, right? And I would like her to come up and ask, I just have a question for her. You gave us a memo some weeks ago, and I appreciate the memo.
Yes.
And in this proposal, the way it is written, would this be helpful for our commissions, or do we lose a lot of commissioners? And if we do lose a lot of commissioners, what would be your plan of action for us to move forward?
I think it would be helpful to have for commissions three-year terms. That would reduce the impact of the number of commissioners that would have to leave effective December 31st. And if we have 3 4-year terms for the operating companies, that would work well and there would be minimal disruption there.
And so Jonna, your response is as an alternative to what's included
Correct,
and before the council now.
correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
And if we go to the 2-year term, because right now we have a 2 4-year, and 2, or are they all 3-year terms?
Right now, as it currently exists, what we have is we have 2 3-year terms for commissions. We have 2 3-year terms for the PCOC and the PCAC, and 2 4-year terms for the RBOC.
Okay. And the problem we're trying to fix again? What is the problem that we're trying to fix? So what's wrong with the way it is now?
What's wrong with the way it is now is that people are serving past their 6 years.
Right.
And that's the original problem. And so there was a discussion, many actually discussions, that if we simply cut off at 2 3-year terms, we would be shortchanging continuity, historic memory, blah, blah, blah. So as a compromise, some of us were willing to go to 2 4-year terms, which would be 8 years total service instead of 6. Now we're being told that we should go to 9 years instead of 6. You have spoken, I won't put words in your mouth, but you've spoken about not wanting to have the same people over and over and over again and give new opportunities to folks. I support alternative C, which is 3 4-year terms. I'm sorry, alternative A, 2 4-year terms, which is what we agreed on, and you voted for, and 3 4-year terms for the operating companies. Because an argument was made that already 2 of them have 12-year terms, and the other two would match that.
So I appreciate that, the idea of continuity. So with this change, how many commissioners, this is a question to you, Ms. Stewart, how many commissioners would we lose if we went with the proposal that, proposal
No,
C?
I'm proposing item A.
Item A, I'm sorry.
If
item
we
A.
went with item A, we would lose 31 to 36.
It's all in
Are
staff
those
report.
currently filled jobs?
Yes.
Because
Why is it a range?
I don't get that
The
same count.
range is because it depends upon how the ordinance is interpreted for the Code Enforcement Commission. I had recommended that the Code Enforcement Commission be looked at separately because it currently has provisions that allow for continued service. And if you decide not to keep that provision, quite a majority of the Code Enforcement Commission will be removed.
And the calculation for the 31 is that in June, those 31 will have served more than 8 years?
They will have served their full terms, not the years, but the number
But
of
that's why
terms.
the years are there, to account for that. So will they have served, how many will have served more than 8 years? That's the piece that matters.
For alternative C,
No, A.
for alternative A, 12 persons will have served over 8 years.
Right, so those are the only people who come off under the way the ordinance is written now, to be clear. Only those 12.
However, there's not really a vehicle to get persons who have served, say, 5 years, 6 years, 7 years, to the intended 8 years.
With respect, I think the ordinance as written covers all of this, and we can show how, I think you can work with staff on how it's implemented afterward. It totally makes sense.
Okay?
2 full terms or 8 years, whichever is longer. It's clear, and so we're talking about 12 between just at the end of this year.
So to our city attorney's office then, how is it interpreted? I mean, is it the same, is it what Councilmember Lyon is saying, or will we lose? I mean, it sounds like it makes sense, but from my understanding is if you came in, let's say, for example, at one point in time, if you came in and a commissioner decided to leave in the middle of their term, right? And then you put someone else in that position, well, that's one term.
Depends on
Is that-
how much of that term they served. If it's more than 2 years, it's one term. If it's under 2, it doesn't count. All this is covered in the ordinance. This is really a spreadsheet to figure this out. With respect, I don't think it's difficult to figure out, and we're talking about 12 commissioners, and the intent is to get some turnover going.
That's the issue that I've always had with with this approach is, if the intent is to get different people, that's within our authority. I mean, I hate to break it to everyone around the dais, but, we've sort of met the enemy and it's us. We're responsible for appointing people. We're responsible for identifying commissioners, and it's proven to be, for all of us, difficult to find qualified people who are willing to do.
Not for all.
With respect, that has not been true I have
Well, no,
people
no.
waiting in line
Yeah.
who are qualified.
No, absolutely.
To serve, and I
But-
can send them your way if I need to, but
And you have, and I've
Yeah,
acted on
and
them.
you're great about that, I have to say. I appreciate it.
I've acted on them, so
Yeah.
you have. But historically, the charter says that the council appoints and individual council members nominate. And Mr. Lyon has come to me, a few of you have come to me on a number of occasions and suggested people, Mr. Hampton, Mr. Jones, have come to me, maybe I'm pretty sure most of you have, and to make them my appointment, and I've taken the advice. But there are still lots of vacancies for other positions in most of the council districts, and that's within our control.
So let me make a motion that we modify the charter so that we get rid of our term limits for council members if no one runs against them. If no one runs against them, they should just be able to serve indefinitely. That's the same principle that's being articulated.
For council members?
Well, that's the same principle that's being articulated, is you just stay on indefinitely. That's the problem.
But
And-
how do we?
Right, the genesis of this was to get to a place that actually creates some guardrails around our own failings as leaders.
A uniform rule that applies across the board, so it doesn't depend on a council member to, so that, so.
And that it
Do the
works
work.
without us, the mechanism.
And the compromise to get there was to make the terms longer, so that's why we are where we are.
I'm just stating why I think this
So I
is
will offer the
a solution
ordinance-
in search of or a problem, whatever.
As
Solution,
written, that's
problem.
alternative A.
Yeah, solution in search of a problem. But we've debated
So
that.
the ordinance that's presented in the agenda packet.
Correct.
Okay.
Sorry, what's your motion?
He's
A.
offering the ordinance as written.
Okay.
If I get to the ordinance here. 'cause it's
Dean,
up.
I think he has his hand up.
Yeah, I'm
Oh.
sorry. I stepped in it last time I tried to do this. One addition to any of the alternatives that we came up with after there was a concern about the transition period. Some people, let's say they're at 7 years and on June 30th, how do we treat those people? And so we had some language that I put on page 3 of the ordinance fact sheet that would go under 2.45.015D of the new ordinance. After it's stated, if as of June 30th, an advisory body member will have already served the maximum number of consecutive years in a particular seat, the member shall vacate that seat on or before December 31st, 2026. The new language that I would suggest, all other advisory board members will be eligible to serve until the conclusion of their current term, at which time the provisions within subsections A and B of this section shall apply. So that could alleviate some of the confusion when someone's near the total number of years that you're going for.
Mr. Madison?
Thanks, Mayor. I just want to make sure I'm clear, because we get this summary every week with our agenda. So I count 54 persons under the current scheme who are not eligible for reappointment.
Okay.
And I count 29 vacancies. So when you said there were 31 to 36 that we have to replace,
Right.
are those outside that, what would that be?
Well, there,
51 plus 29 is 80. So like right now, this council needs to find 80 commissioners under the current scheme. And then your 31 to 36 is,
they're included within that also.
all of them is
Yes.
included?
Yes.
Okay.
You're saying 80 that are not eligible right now? You're saying we have to find 80? Was that-
50,
I think you're combining two different kinds of commissions. They're two different terms.
Hold on,
Article 3 and
Mr. Madison,
Okay.
I saw it the same way you did, that this would be additive, but maybe we got that wrong.
Could
So,
we just get clarification? on
yeah,
that?
let's just get
yeah,
clarification.
so what I'm doing, I'm just going through those sheets at the back of the agenda that we get every week. And I'm adding up the not eligibles, and that number comes to 51. No, excuse me, 54. 54 are not eligible. And then 29 vacancies. So that means that if we're gonna follow, if we were just to say, let's enforce what we've got right now, we've got to find 80 commissioners that's 10 new commissioners for each of us. Now, maybe there's some rough edges on that or something, but like, this is why, I feel like it's a solution in search of a problem.
There are big edges on this. You're counting Article 3 commissions, Article 4 commissions, and the commissions that are exempt from the limits at all, including the parking places. So you have to understand the whole ordinance to.
But that
to
doesn't
count.
change the
I heard-
fact that we need 80 commissioners. We got to find 80 commissioners.
And on that vacancy list, there's 119 seats. 19 of those are filled by other entities, like neighborhood associations,
When you say
agencies.
on that vacancy list.
On the list that you're referring to
Where
on
it
the
says
back
vacant.
of the council agenda.
Council.
There's 119 seats total on there. 19 of those are filled by other entities, so the council has 100 vacancies out of 277 total seats that would need to be
Yeah,
filled.
these are not all appointed by us.
No, no, no.
With
no.
respect,
I don't
if you're
see-
not willing to appoint the commissions, then let's get rid of the commissions.
No.
But
It's not just a question of willing, it's, are there people that are qualified even, you know? to-
And we'll put the
we are
time.
a city of 150,000 people.
I get it.
Councilmember.
I- No, I-
Without doubt, there are people who are qualified. Once again, I have a waiting list in my district. So it takes some work on the part of the council office.
I do see Steve's point though, because like trying to find folks. I mean, at least in the district I represent, a lot of them are working class, and they say, "Well, I don't have the time. I'd love to volunteer," and so it is oftentimes hard to find people, not only just qualified for whatever the commission is, but to actually find people within at least my district. I can't speak for the wait list or any other district, so I would agree with that point.
Yeah, and I want to point out, I don't think I have a single vacancy in my district. My district, like Mr. Lyons, is probably higher in Maslow's hierarchy, if you will, able to spend more time in many cases, as opposed to working families and people that may not be as fortunate. So I don't want the result of this to be all the commissioners come from District 6 and 7. You know.
With respect, one of my commissioners is from District 3, so I could, if you'd like to.
Yeah.
You have a
okay.
list of District 3
Let's,
residents?
I do.
let's keep it.
Ooh.
But I'm just trying to understand, like, so right now, if we didn't change anything, we got to come up with 80. Well, then what is your number? Because you're saying I have to deduct some for other, but if it's 100 out of 117 total, so, okay, not 80, 76.
There's 100 vacancies that currently, seats that have either already expired or will be expiring June 30th of this year
I
that
see.
need to be filled.
You're only
by-
showing us the ones that the council
By
has to
council
appoint.
seats.
Okay.
Yes,
So that exacerbates the problem that we're talking about.
it does.
Yes, it does. And
It's
believe,
36% of all of the seats.
and believe me, I've had to coerce and cajole people to stay over, because there have been times when we risked losing quorums at certain commissions, and I've had to go to people and say, please just stay on and let's see if we can, until we find someone else.
An elephant in the room, Mr. Mayor, is the way we treat our commissions. As a former commissioner, and it's not all the staff's fault, but the reality is that I read every one of the commission agendas. And just as Mr. Jones has transformed the Municipal Services Committee into not just waiting for the staff to bring things that they absolutely have to bring to MSC in order to get to the council, there's been a proactive effort to frame an agenda and to meaningfully partner with this council and to bring recommendations forward. And we just had an example of that we all stood up for, which was 3 years ago, the Human Relations Commission sent us a letter saying, we want to do this, and it went nowhere. If we take our commissions seriously, people will want to serve on them because they'll have meaning, they'll have an impact. They will help us partner. And respectfully, I think that when I served on this council before, there was greater partnership with our commissions. We routinely referred things to them for their advice, and we got meaningful advice, and they could spend time that we don't have, that we complain about rushing through and having to postpone things. And these commissions have the opportunity to spend more time. That's why I think Mr. Lyon and I are so passionate about this. We're not trying to get rid of people or create problems or put an onerous burden on any of the people around this dais. It's that let's train our commissioners to be effective. Let's allow them to take on meaningful work. And when they do the work, it comes to us and doesn't go into the ether. And let's not have people serve indefinitely. If someone has a compromise here to get us where we need to go, but to just say, well, we're going to throw up our arms because it's complicated, I think there is a way to get to a much more meaningful partnership with our community. As Mr. Lyon has said, in a city of 140,000 people, we do have people who want to serve this city in a meaningful fashion and will make the time.
Yeah.
With respect, the line about a problem and a solution in search of a problem is a sort of cheap piece of rhetoric. And there's a clear problem. We have people serving literal decades beyond the expiration of their terms. And we're not bringing new voices into the conversation. We're not bringing new perspectives to the table. We're not training up new leaders in our city. And as Councilmember Cole has pointed out, in part, that's because we're not listening to what they have to say. So we either we're going to do the system, or the next motion's going to be that we start abolishing the commissions because they don't mean anything and because people aren't appointing them. So this was a compromise to try to resolve the issue of council members letting their people sit for years and years and years on end. And it also seems to match the will of the people, since 80-something% of the electorate voted for term limits for this council. They believe in rotated leadership. They believe in creating diversity and creating turnover of thoughts and ideas and participation. And so this was the compromise. And I am passionate about it because I believe in citizen-led engagement and leadership and real participatory democracy. And I'm also passionate about it because this has been on our agenda now 5 times. And we've agreed to this many times, and we've tweaked it many times.
We've compromised many times. We found the compromise. There are 4 versions of it in front of us.
With people trying to avoid creating a system that might actually work and make a meaningful system of commissions.
But what I'm struggling with at the moment is, we've got 100 vacancies, and the argument is that we don't have room for new voices. I mean, I think each of us can manage this as the way that we see fit. I have one person who's a holdover, and she's on the senior commission, and I'm not going to go to her and say, you're aged out of the senior commission. I'm just not going to do that. That would be counter to everything that she's.
You wouldn't have to if the rule was in place and she was just term out.
Yeah.
Well,
So
that's
you're
a
just
nicer way of
ignoring
saying
what the
that.
municipal code says.
But the current application of the code is in my discretion. I can leave her in place if I think she's the best.
And I think that's the
person
issue,
for
is the
job.
discretion,
Okay,
which is not applied fairly.
100% I can.
All right.
Yeah.
Maybe,
Not
maybe we
the
just send this to the commissions for their input.
I'm going to offer the ordinance, and we'll see if there are 5 votes for it.
I just had 2 other questions, though, Mayor, if I could. Council members are exempt. We're not doing anything with that. Is that your understanding, too?
Correct.
And then operating companies, it's the 3 4-year terms, not the 2.
Correct.
Okay.
Parking commissions are exempt as well.
Parking as well. Thank you.
Unlimited. Mhm.
Yeah, I continue to believe this is not needed, but I guess we got to vote. Mr. Masuda.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you, Jonna, for doing what you do. I know it's not easy, and you've helped me many times when I had a lot of questions. Mayor, I don't know if I have 100% of the people from my district, but that's what I always try to do. That's been my way of doing it, you know. Sometimes it doesn't work out, you know, but for the most part it does. So I like what you said, Jana, about how you think it should work. So your recommendation is based on which one?
I would recommend alternative D.
C?
D.
D.
D as in,
D as in dog.
Well, then,
Three-year terms for commissioners. Right now, they have 2 3-year terms. I would recommend keeping the length of their term the same.
Yes.
Just adding an additional term, similar to how we're doing with the operating companies, rather than just having 2 4-year terms. We're giving them 3 4-year terms.
I see.
But that's, the motion is, who made the motion?
Mr. Cole offered the ordinance as written.
Thank you.
We do have a speaker card.
So which is not C, it's A.
D.
Yeah. D, I'm sorry, not D, but A.
No, Mr. Cole is offering A.
Yeah.
Jana is suggesting D, as in dog.
So, Mayor,
But
Correct.
Okay, Mr. Hampton?
I'll be very brief, and I want to thank Jana for all the work that she does with the commissions in general. And you always reach out to our office to let us know when our commissioners' time has expired, and we do our best. And I definitely do my best to make sure that they are turned over. Just this evening, I appointed 2 new commissioners that were termed up as well. So I will support this motion. But personally, I think we should keep it the way it is and not make any changes. I mean, because I'm doing my job. I can't speak on what everybody else is doing. So.
respect that. Let's have Sandy speak.
Sandy? Number 1 speaker.
I guess you haven't seen me for a little while.
Serve on the commission?
She does. I'm gonna tell you, I hate to be the elephant in the room. Mr. Lyon probably knows what I'm gonna say. New managing director of litigation at his firm. The rest of the aghast, whatever, group, I have a critique from the applicant's side. I love what Jana, whatever the proper pronunciation does. I think she's a fabulous person. But I've come to this commission, board, council, whatever you guys are, I get confused by all of these terms for about 2 years now. And I've been interested in the Community Police Oversight Commission, and I went through all of their training, and I've appealed to every member of this board, including the mayor, including one individual who's basically said to me at the very beginning, I'm going to keep my girl as chair in that committee for as long as possible because I want to control that CPOC committee. Fundamentally, my critique is,
I never said that.
you can say you didn't say it,
I never said that.
Okay,
but you're the one volunteering that you didn't say it.
I'm volunteering that I didn't say it
Let-
because
let's-
they
let's-
know who the.
Let's get on. I have limited time. You
Let's
have
be very
unlimited
clear.
time.
Let's.
Thank you.
Term limits,
can't
wonderful
remember 30
idea
seconds.
for a lot of very good reasons, including getting new blood onto each of these boards. The problem is there's no enforcement. Jana put out in her submission to this group that there should be enforcement, and if somebody wants to sit on a member for 2 years past the expiration of her appointment, they have to come to this board to get permission, and they have to say how long we're going to keep that person on the board. But the key problem here is the lack of enforcement. We don't enforce these term limits, and so we have a whole bunch of people to replace. There is no active recruitment. When you apply, and I have applied dozens of times to all of you, particularly the ones that have an opening, nobody responds. Not the staff of the committee, not the people, not the individual person's staff. There's not so much as a response. Applications are ignored. I would do well on this commission. do we really need all of these commissions? I think that goes back to several people's question. You know, we set up these commissions and there's no sunset on them. Maybe you should think
Sandy,
about
I gave
whether
you an
need
extra 30 seconds because you were interrupted, but
Fine.
your time has expired.
I understand. Look, council appears to be working half-time for the rest of the year if you look at the council agenda. Surely you can find time to recruit and appoint people to committees. And if somebody has to jump out at me and say, I didn't say that, maybe they have a guilty conscience.
I don't have a guilty conscience, but I think it's interesting that you mentioned in your comments, you can stay there. I think it's interesting that you mentioned in your comments that no one's ever responded to you. I did respond to you, and I never said that I was wanting to keep my person on the chair because I want to control the commission. What I did say is, as long as she is chair, I'm not going to reappoint. And I said, if you lived in the district, I am definitely, and you don't live in the district.
Sandy.
So thank you.
Thank you.
I appreciate your comments, but to say that no one on this council responded to you would be incorrect.
Mr. Hampton, okay. So we have a motion.
We have someone who is, Councilmember Cole, sorry, not someone. Councilmember Cole has offered the ordinance for first reading. I will read the ordinance and then we'll do a roll call. This is an ordinance of the City of Pasadena amending Pasadena Municipal Code Title II, Articles 3 and 4 to update provisions regarding term limits and training of members of advisory boards, commissions, committees, and boards of operating companies created by the City Council.
And again, this is on recommendation A.
This is on
Alternative A, thank you.
Alternative A.
And do we plan to bring this back maybe like within a year or 2 years to kind of see how it's working and if we need to tweak it?
Part of my motion, yes.
Okay.
Amended bring-
Well, 1 year look back.
to bring back
Well, I'll add the motion to my offering of the ordinance.
And I'll second.
in 1 year. Seconded by Councilmember Lyon. Okay.
And I'll be.
To conduct first reading of the ordinance, Councilmember Cole?
Yes.
Councilmember Hampton?
I am voting yes to see where this goes, but I think that we should keep it the same way.
Thank you.
Councilmember Jones?
Yes.
Councilmember Lyon?
Yes.
Councilmember Madison?
No.
Councilmember Masuda? Vice Mayor Rivas?
Yes.
Mayor Gordo?
No.
Motion passes 5 in favor, 3 against. This is for first reading.
Well, we have another chance at second reading.
Well, or
I'm just
someone
stating the facts. It's a charter fact.
That was my point.
Hold on, or someone that was in the majority could move to reconsider. And for example, offer the what Jonna recommended.
I am fine. I mean, what the other recommendation is even longer. So I am going to do my job at replacing folks that are serving, but if they are in a chair capacity, replacing them midstream doesn't make any sense. So for continuity of the commissions.
One more ordinance, then you can go. So we're going to move on to item 22. This is adoption of an ordinance that was offered for first reading by Councilmember Cole. Sorry. This is an ordinance of the City of Pasadena amending various sections of Title III Civic Events and Facilities and Title 17 Zoning of the Pasadena Municipal Code to increase the time period to construct temporary Rose Parade grandstands, allow medical uses throughout the South Fair Oaks specific plan, update standards for walls and fences, accessory dwelling units and temporary uses, and revise the definition for dwelling unit. To adopt, Councilmember Cole?
Yes.
Councilmember Hampton?
Yes.
Councilmember Jones?
Yes.
Councilmember Lyon?
Yes.
Councilmember Madison?
Yes.
Councilmember Masuda? Vice Mayor Rivas?
Yes.
Mayor Gordo?
Yes.
That ordinance is adopted unanimously.
I thought you were going to say I don't want it, but I'll vote yes.
So,
Yeah.
I don't like those zoning changes. But okay.
You pioneered that effort, Mr. Mayor.
It's been an interesting time. Okay, so next is a matter dealing with, what's the number is?
SB 79.
Yeah, no, the number of the agenda item.
Item 23.
Yeah, it's an ordinance giving effect to SB 79. And so I will, as I did during the discussion and subsequent ordinance preparation, I will recuse myself out of an abundance of caution because I own rental property in the city.
And I will recuse myself out of abundance of caution because I believe my residence is within the TLD.
And I will recuse because my residence is within 1,000 feet of the affected sites.
We are adjourned.
My kind of chair. Yeah.
But Michelle, nothing from the FPPC?
I'm sorry. No, not yet. No.
So this deals with SB 79, which has radiuses around the transit zones.
TOD zones.
Okay.
And they are.
And if somebody lives 1,000 feet from that zone?
She said within.
No, she said 1,000 feet.
She said
from.
within 1,000 feet. It's within.
No, okay, within
For her.
1,000 feet, not of the transit, but of the zone. So if you picture those maps that we have and there's a circle, if a member lives within 1,000 feet of the circle, not inside the circle, they're recused?
Well, she looked at the analysis and determined that that was what she should do.
Okay.
Should I proceed with the ordinance? Okay.
Yeah, this is just second reading.
Yeah, this is to adopt. This is an uncodified ordinance of the City of Pasadena to delay effectuation of the Abundant and Affordable Homes Near Transit Act, Senate Bill 79, for eligible sites and sites containing a locally designated historic resource. This was offered by Councilmember Cole. This is to adopt. Councilmember Cole?
Yes.
Councilmember Hampton?
Yes.
Councilmember Jones is absent due to recusal. Councilmember Lyon?
Yes.
Councilmember Madison?
Yes.
Councilmember Masuda?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Rivas is absent due to recusal. Mayor Gordo is absent due to recusal. The motion is unanimously approved, 5 in favor. And that concludes the agenda. We just need
And our next meeting is July 13th.
13th, so
We should wish everyone a
Happy-
safe and happy July 4th without fireworks. The mayor's coming back.
No fireworks, thank you.
oh, Mayor returns.
Are we?
10:44.
I'd just like to report out, we already reported out.
Don't we have one public comment?
Oh,
We do have one more
We
public
do.
commenter, which is actually why I came back.
And in your report out on the Presidio tour, you did
Yeah.
mention that Councilmember Lyon and I
Yeah.
attended
So
also.
I did mention, but just for the record, to comply with our rules and regulations. On June 17th, Councilmember Madison and Councilmember Lyon and I joined a group of staff to visit the Presidio for the purpose of, including the city manager, for the purpose of learning more about the process and governance structure that's made, but by the way, made that a very beautiful place. For those of you who, in the public, who haven't visited the Presidio in San Francisco, you should do that. And while we were there, we met with executives. It was a long day. We flew out 7:30 in the morning, I think it was, with Mr. Madison and I being called out simultaneously at the airport for our late arrival at the airport. It was shocking to everyone who heard it. And then we returned that evening, probably at 8 p.m. or so. So thank you to all the staff who joined us, and including the city manager, Ms. Page, also. And thank you to our very gracious hosts as well.
It's all in connection with the 710 project.
That's
looking
correct.
at a model of governance and
Yeah.
implementation of policies.
Yeah. And paying for it, importantly. revenue generation.
Yeah, I thought one interesting tidbit was the executive director shared that they didn't really have the support of any elected officials except Nancy Pelosi.
Yeah.
And we decided that was pretty good. Just had one. Then Speaker Pelosi, who's probably funded hundreds of millions of dollars for that project, one way or the other.
And we confirmed that they're very grateful.
Yeah, indeed.
Yeah. As we would be if we had received that much funding for the 710. Okay. One public comment. Sir?
Mayor, just before Mr. Brown comes, there were 2 public comment cards on item 23, which I neglected to call. So I think Mr. Brown was one of them, and then the gentleman in the back, I'm sorry, your name? Sam. So can we have you step back out and give them public comment for that? I don't want them not to give their public comment.
Can you bifurcate it?
I can do that. Actually, Mayor, I had one general comment that I reserved my time. So why don't I give that now, and then I can, if.
Then I'll leave.
Go
Yeah.
ahead. You have one. You have 2 minutes. Go ahead.
Go. Well.
That's fine. I just wanted to bring to the council's attention, the issue of traffic safety. You talked about a bit earlier about the racing and stuff. The city would really benefit from more active enforcement, I think, of our traffic laws. I say that as a pedestrian, but also as a driver and a bike rider. Sacramento has provided cities with some new authority on red light cameras and also speed cameras. SB 720 is a bill which took effect last October. It's law. Allows any city in California to now install red light cameras. The interesting thing about this is that obviously it's a civil, not a criminal penalty, but they must be implemented not by the police, but by departments of transportation. So I don't think you have the same issue there as you do with the flock cameras and the police. So that could be done. That could be done now. AB 645 was signed in 2023, another bill that's become law, created a pilot project authorizing a few cities to operate speed cameras. Glendale, Long Beach, and the city of LA are included. Pasadena not on that list. So Pasadena would need to get one of our representatives up in Sacramento to amend that to add Pasadena. Glendale has a 5-year program. They're installing 9 cameras. City of LA is 125 cameras that they're installing. This is a safety measure, but I'd also note that it raises revenue. And where I used to live in Washington, D.C. has 547 cameras. They raised $267 million in 2023. $267 million. The top 10 cameras contributed $65 million, and the top camera contributed almost $10 million. It's on a very small
Sir, your time has expired.
interstate.
On this issue.
I'd just say that the House Republicans want to ban those cameras. They're very much for law enforcement, except when it comes to driving. Thank you.
Thank you. Now you have your time for the other matter, so I will step out. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Mayor. Sorry about that.
I guess before you leave, Mayor, to the public comment, thank you so much for staying late in the evening. I think this should be an item that comes up to MSC through transportation. I have actually requested this when the pilot went through, and then when they reopened it, I think last year, or for more cities to be added as a resource or a way that we can, as a city, try to combat folks speeding through our neighborhood. So I appreciate you bringing it to us this evening. As of right now, as we know, there's been a lot of correspondence lately about cameras in general, but I do think in this case, this is something that could be helpful to our traffic enforcement.
Mr. Brown, go ahead and give your public comment for item 23. I apologize again.
Yeah, thank you. So a very good discussion tonight on historic wrongs about who can live where and the measures that cities take to decide where people can live. That brings to mind zoning and planning, which is a very tough issue, as you all know. It can bring people together, it can bring people in, but it can be used to keep people out. I wanted to thank you all for narrowing the scope of this ordinance in a way that will bring people in. It's an important change that you made to add some of the multifamily housing back into it. I do think that the ordinance does send the wrong message, delaying the implementation of SB 79. Pasadena is way behind on its housing goals in common with many other cities in California. And obviously that's why Sacramento stepped in and stepped up. I think we all have to ask ourselves, how will future residents of Pasadena view us and view the council about what we do? And you've taken some important steps on energy, where you set a very ambitious, not just goal, but policy of having renewable energy by 2030. That's very, very impressive. And then the council has pushed very hard to get money for a homeless shelter successfully, and bravo to you for that. So I'd just say, let's find the same urgency, please, on housing and not kick the can down the road on these type of measures that Sacramento passes. There's a reason that they're doing this. Thank you.
Thank you. And again, my apologies. Mr. Alcorn, also my apologies.
Good evening. I know it's late, so I'll keep it brief. Sam Alcorn, District 3. I'm a runner near Memorial Park. One issue I want to raise with this ordinance, section 65912.161B suspends SB 79 only for sites excluded by an ordinance adopted in accordance with section 65912.160, which calls for submitting a draft to HCD at least 14 days before adoption. I'm not asking for an answer tonight, only that the city attorney verify this before the city relies on the ordinance. If that step wasn't taken, the exclusions may not take effect, and that these sites could be covered by SB 79 on July 1st regardless. I raise this so it can be checked, not to spring it on anyone. Thank you.
No, we did contemplate that. That's part of what we're doing, is we're sending it up after we adopt it.
Well, this was to send a draft to HCD before, at least 14 days beforehand.
I think before the effective date was the way we interpreted that. Am I correct?
We did it right.
Staff?
We can double check with Caroline, but I recall she read that provision and we were complying.
We were doing that.
Yeah.
We
Our
did it before.
intent is to comply, but thank you for raising it.
I know there's
Appreciate
a post-adoption approval process that they follow, which gives them 60 days and
We
then 90 days.
Publish our agendas, online, so the agency could find it there if they wanted.
Thank you.
That completes public comment, and that completes the agenda as well.
Somebody hit the gavel.
Who's the chair?
Did he say Masuda was?
Mr. Masuda, you can say. This meeting is adjourned? Thank you. All right.